Let us pray. Loving Father, we will never cease to thank you for the gift of this wonderful country, the Pearl of Africa, which you endowed with milk and honey in many capacities, such as good food, good climate, variety of natural fruits, enough rainfall and sunshine, mineral resources, fertile soil, diverse cultures, very talented men and women over the generations, including the late Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, to mention but a few. As we gather, walking in the footsteps of our prominent promoter of unity and diversity, awaken in us the spirit of genuine concern for peace, unity and democracy, which many Ugandans, using various means, have not only shed their blood, but their daughters and sons continue to seek. Lord, let us rediscover the sacred flames of our national heritage, which so many people have given their lives to safeguard. Let the wounds of separation and division be healed by opening our hearts to listen to each other's wisdom and truth on all sides, allowing us to find a higher truth that includes all. May we learn to honor and enjoy the beauty and richness of our diversity. May all of us be inspired by the new spirit of forgiveness, caring as united people so as to move forward to build a better future, humanity, to truly live as one nation, under one God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. May our Mother Mary, Queen of Peace, John, the bold John Baptist that we remember today, and the Uganda Matters, continue to intercede for us on our noble journey to fundamental unity. Through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Your Grace. A round of applause for His Grace. Thank you very much, Your Grace. Yeah, members, who can take our seats. Thank you so much, Your Grace, for the prayer. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in this Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere Legacy Conference, to that Hotel Africana, Monday, 29th August 2023. Our conveners for today are Wechitibwa David Mpanga and the Council Moise Mulindwa. And he is around. Wechitibwa Mpanga, I think, will be joining us any time from now. We are grateful, Council Moise and your team, for this wonderful work that so far is done. Without wasting any time, we are going to request Dr. Professor Jemina Ssemogerere to give us a few remarks, an opening remark in this conference, and thereafter our cast representative will be coming in. Dr. Jemina Ssemogerere, we are very happy to be with you this morning, and we are grateful and are anxiously waiting to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first few remarks are going to be informal. First of all, let me thank everyone for having come today. You know, it is easy to organize when you are alive. It is a different issue to come when someone is dead. Thank you very much. Secondly, let me thank the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and its representative here for what they have done for us to make this ceremony possible. Thirdly, let me thank the hotel, the steering committee, my children who worked around the clock to present something today. I am going to be speaking to you again on what I have come to say for this ceremony, and therefore, for my first remarks, I am going to be brief and stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ssemogerere, for those opening remarks. And I will still wait for you, like you have promised, later on. And I'm guided that our cast representative is feeling more comfortable, enjoying what is happening, and they aren't ready to make any presentation now. Therefore, on the program, there's a brief review of the life, contribution, and the literary contribution and the political contribution of Dr. Paul Ssemogerere by none other than Kawanga Ssemogerere, whom we all know. My brother Kawanga Ssemogerere, you are most welcome to take on that part. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's a bright morning to see you all here to come and celebrate the life of a great Ugandan. At his Requiem Mass, it was a sad event in November of last year. I talked about 3 building stones on which the life of our late father was assembled, nurtured, matured, to allow him to make a contribution to our country. I mentioned these as the church, the Catholic Church, into which he was born. I also mentioned the cultural background and association with the Kingdom of Buganda. And then I also mentioned his very keen interest in debating, which grew into politics and aspiration for office, and so on and so forth. Today, we are just giving you highlights because of the nature of the event. So the remarks will really be very, very brief. But at each of what I call the milestones in his life, I will mention a few things and a few people. His early years. My father was the last born of 8 children, of a fisherman and a homemaker. Just before I stood here, I had to consult Dr. Kiza Besigye on a medical term. So my father was delivered by a Catholic priest. Why? Because he did not have a normal birth. In a normal birth, you present either the forehead or a breech birth, your legs. But my father presented his right arm, which in normal delivery is normally a disaster. It is abnormal, and normally there's a fatality of both the mother and the child. So he was very, very close from that time when he was born to the Catholic community in Bumanji Parish, where his grandfather is buried. Unfortunately, about a year later, his father, Joseph Bagenda Kapere, fell ill and was transported again by the missionaries to Kisubi Hospital, where he died in August of 1933. This young widow, with her 6 children, had to make very many quick decisions, one of which was to come and offer her labor to work as a laborer in what is today known as Kisubi in the 1930s. So she went to the White Sisters and said they should allow her to work in the gardens. And they told her, but how will we employ you? You have a young child on your back, and you have another toddler, that was his sister, who was only about 3 years old. We shall put you in domestic work in the convent, but most importantly, we shall put these children in school. So my father and his sister, Teresa, were among the first Ugandans to attend kindergarten proper. And the White Sisters took care of them. He attended what is called now Kisubi Boys, but it was called St. John's at that time. From there, they took him to Kitovu, and from Kitovu, he came back to St. Mary's, and so on and so forth. In his extended family, they always took pity of them. These were young orphans. They had older brothers, one of whom remained in the islands, and the others also came and began their lives in Entebbe around their mother. He went to St. Mary's College, Kisubi. He was head prefect, but he was also a cadet. And at a certain point, the British became uncomfortable with young men being trained in the use of firearms, but for him, he had already graduated as a cadet. He sat the Cambridge School Leavers examination and joined Makerere, where again, a number of life-changing events happened. At that point, he was introduced to the life of activism. This was the time, 1949, you had the Bataka riots and so on. But in Makerere, there was a group called Abana ba Buganda. That is the forerunner of Baganda and Kobazambogo. So I am mentioning also that other aspect of his life. He joined guild politics, where he was vice president of the Students' Guild, and then a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity came. And my father applied for a Fulbright scholarship. Many of you hear about Fulbright today, but Fulbright then is still Fulbright today. And he left Makerere in the middle of his studies and went to Allegheny College in the United States, which he attended for 3 years. So he took many years in Makerere, but 3 years were spent at Allegheny College. At Allegheny, his view of the world and how it impacted his ideas and his politics, that was a very big formation stage for him. At Kisubi, he had studied sciences. In Makerere, he was training to be a teacher of biology and chemistry. But his introduction to politics was at Allegheny. In 2015, I was lucky to be invited by his alma mater, and I went with a young Don from Nkozi University, where we actually sat in the same classrooms in which he sat. So he came under the mentorship of two American professors, Professor Giles and Professor Wayne Merrick, whose names I will return to later. When I'm going to now use his name, his first name, because most people, everywhere we went, they always refer to him as Paul. When Paul came back to Uganda, the political bag had caught on. Ben Chiwanuka ran for and became DP party president. They had invited him along with other contemporaries, many of whom are now dead, Professor Santoza Kajubi and others. They used to invite leaders to Makerere to address them on what they thought were the structural inequalities of the colonial education system and politics in general. On graduation, he did his teaching practice at Namilyango College, and some of his students include retired Justice Francis Sekandi. There was also his other favorite student, Aloysius Sinjala. But when he graduated, he had the security of a job in the colonial civil service. He was posted to St. Leo's Kyegobe, where he lived in Mpanga Estate. According to him, life in the colonial civil service was very, very comfortable. So on your paycheck, you had a nice house, you had house help, you drove a car, and so many things. Then, just 1 year into his life at Kyegobe, Ben Chiwanuka, who was now becoming a very famous barrister, paid him an overnight visit and told him, "I have come to recruit you in the political struggle for independence." This was a very, very difficult decision to make. But he said that when Ben came to Makerere, there were so many other people who came to address us. But I was convinced about the correctness of his ideas and his vision. The word no was never on the cards. I had made so many friends in Kabarole. I had been taken in, but I had to bid them goodbye. And the rest of that is now history. He joined the headquarters, the DP headquarters, as an executive officer. And in 1961, there were other peers of his. They ran for election to the National Assembly, under which Uganda was granted self-government in April 1962. I won't dwell a lot on that, but I would say that this morning, as we were preparing to come, we have been in this exercise of assembling the books and papers of our father and our mother. And then I looked somewhere left in their bedroom, and then there was this big box file, 1966, 1967. These were now personal notes of what happened during what happened in Uganda at the time. He spent all of the 60s in politics. He became publicity secretary of the Democratic Party. He was also the editor of the party newspaper. In 1969, political parties were banned, and himself, along with his party leader and many, many others, after the attempt on the life of Milton Obote, were detained in Ruzira without trial under the Public Order and Security Act of 1967. I will return to this, and maybe Mama in her remarks will also talk about this. But they were detained, they were not charged, but they were detained on a signature and spent the last years of Obote in jail till 1971. In 1971, there was a lot of euphoria when Amin took power. I think the space also for political work was limited, but he went back with Ben Chiwanuka to Chiwanuka and Company Advocates. I want to say, I think Kawanga and Kasule is a successor firm of Ben Chiwanuka and Company Advocates, where they continued in very tricky circumstances to keep certain aspects of hope alive. In 1973, he was involved in a major car accident that left him for the dead. At that time, of course, Ben Chiwanuka had already been kidnapped. There was an atmosphere of disappearances and so on. But people took care of him in Mulago. And an old friend, Mr. Cheyune, smuggled him into what became life in exile. He was smuggled on the Uganda Railways goods train as a goods shed attendant to Nairobi. He then returned as a refugee in the United States. When he returned to the US, he had always been in touch with Allegheny. He then again connected with those two professors, Merrick and Giles, who, first of all, put a roof under his head, but also put in place a program to help improve him academically. And that is how he went to Syracuse, and that is how he networked with many people who now began the formal struggle to overthrow Idi Amin and Moshi Conference and so on. I first had an old radio recording. So they were interviewing him. This was 1980. But then we also had a cassette at home, the old cassettes. when my parents were coming to Uganda, there was a lot on the table as a young family. My mother, as you know, she's an economist. She had finished her studies. But their friends organized for them a church service. And each time I always used to ask, why did these people come back? I would play that cassette tape. And they always prayed for them. And they told them, we think your future is in Uganda. And that is how we came. I don't know how many days it took us to fly to Uganda in 1980 with my sister. She was barely, I think, 1 or 2 months old. And then we were thrust in the center of a very, very big campaign. But also for us, for the first time, we were introduced to our countrymen and countrywomen, some of whom are still alive today, and many families and so on. Life in Parliament in 1981, I think it was a very difficult decision. I talked to his close friend who's still alive. There were many, many considerations because there was a lot of pressure that he also go to the bush and take up arms, which he refused. His a close German friend of his, whom I stayed with years later, Heinz Gunther Husch, said, I think the struggle was the people and the upbringing he had did not place a premium on violence to achieve political purposes. But then he also used a German word. Sometimes these languages are difficult to translate, and of course when we are drafting legislation and so on, we also try to pick the right word. But he used the word that the Waganda, they are geschäftlich, they are business people. So they were not anthropologically, psychologically, there were not many things we'll talk about. They didn't have war. They didn't have this culture of wars of annihilation. They had had wars of conquest, but not wars of annihilation. And it was a difficult decision to take up those seats in Parliament. I will tell you for a fact that 1981, 82, with all of the gun running, it was always a song in the evening at night. There were bullets and so on, and many of us remember. But also, we were then also exposed to, there were so many people who came into our home. I think I occupied a segment of the garage, but there were people everywhere. And to feed these people, my mother and my father, there was nothing in their salary that was enough to look after all of these people. One of the things they did was bake bread. Now when I look back and I said, so from Parliament at night, using candles, they were, after baking bread at night, of course we enjoyed the bread, but they were preparing and tying these, they were called mwana covers, and then there were all these small buns and so on, which then, other relative of ours, there was Tabitha Fred there in the back, then they would drive them and distribute them all over. And that is how they would make ends meet. I remember one time, my mother, she said, oh, today was salary day, but with this inflation, you receive the salary at 1 o'clock, and by 4 p.m. the salary is what? Is finished. Okay. So those were the times in which we grew. Then, of course, the Obote government fell, and it's also difficult to appreciate why DP went into government and so on. But that is also for another day. But what I will say is that at that opportunity, DP had trained a lot of talented people who served in government, both under Tito Okello and Museveni. Unlike this current arrangement where people are negotiating on an individual basis, DP had people to occupy the portfolios of finance, of cooperatives and marketing, agriculture, water, public service, justice, and so on. And it wasn't always just one person. So somebody like, say, Paul Ssemogerere, who had been a deputy minister during Rule's regime, who was now Minister of Finance during Museveni's time. There were many people. But then also, there was a method of work. That is really what I want to focus on. My father believed in talking to people around a round table. And that method of work continued to his last days. The people at the table may change, but that method of work was uniform. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? And I think even though the politics of his time had very many challenges, the victories also of the time were always a testament to that method of work. So there were times when they would mention his name and then they say so many pejorative words against him. But the strength behind him was that the view I am giving you is not my view as Paul. I have talked to Byanyima, I have talked to so-and-so, I've talked to so-and-so. And those people believed in him. In 1996, I don't know how this happened, but we find ourselves in Mbarara, and I was with Mrs. Gertrude Byanyima. So there was this idea of DPs working with UPCs. So now, my father had asked her to work under somebody called Patrick Mwonda from UPC. So Mrs. Byanyima sat down and said, "Naye Karoli, shall this work? But Paul has told me it's going to work. Now this gentleman, Patrick Mwando, she always got the syllables wrong. How are we going to work together?" But they believed in him. Another time, and this has also keeps on coming up every now and again, Uganda had a highly, the writing of the Constitution ended with two contentious issues. The issue of the return to multipartyism and the issue of federalism. So there was supposed to be a referendum to approve the political system. And what people forget, in our system of government, the opposition has a role, has also a legitimate role to correct the excesses of the party in power. The movement system did not have provision for that. So, Parliament sat down and passed the Referendum and Other Provisions Act of 1999 without a quorum. So, at that time, we had a meeting at FAD. I think John Kakoza was there, John Kawanga was there, and many others. So there was this issue, how do we challenge an act of parliament? And one of the biggest problems around this was the proceedings of parliament are privileged. You require leave of parliament to take parliament to court. And I think out of 15 lawyers in town who had gone through our legal education system, maybe 14 out of 15 believed it wasn't possible. But again, there was some resolve. There was one or two people in the room who believed it was possible. And then that began the so many legal challenges to improve the governance of of this country. So so at times like those ones, he had, the first room, the only room I knew at home, which was reserved, whether we were in a 3-bedroom house or whatever bedroom house, there was always a library. So people always went to the library to do work, okay? And one of the things that surprised me even much, much later, 20 years later, when I look at those briefing materials on that issue, they felt so strongly that after their first victory in court, they did not look behind. My brothers like Lukwago took up this as a lifelong cause, and others. But there was one question that had to be answered in court. Now, Mr. Rule, you have said all of these things. He says, my lords, we have so many authorities. And then the judges laughed at him and they said, let us see how you're going to cite them. So then, as they were addressing, then he said, authority 51 on my list of authorities. And the judges looked at him and said, are they that many? He said, yes, there's an author called Wade on administrative law who says when there is a written constitution, that constitution is supreme. Now, the other theory of supremacy of parliament does not apply. I could see the judges trying to fall off their chairs at that time. When time came to challenge the movement political system, there was another effort. Now, this one now had interested foreign lawyers. So I was in New York at that time. But each time I would call, one of the biggest briefing segments was that, I don't know where they used to meet, but they were about 15 people, and they would introduce themselves. And these people were always wondering. So all of these people feel so strongly about this issue, and they gave us their support. In retirement, my father, I think now there was another reawakening. In those of us who came of age in that era of two-party politics and so on, we always used to believe that, when you left the party and you went to the other party, you are now a devil. But then, in the CA, things were a little bit more amorphous. So this was now another crusade. And I think why we're still here today, why we have come here today, of reaching out to people with whom you do not agree all the time, but to establish a bare minimum. And we say, at least on this issue, we shall agree. That took, even up to now, is still a problem for many of us to digest. But I think that was the first time when I saw NRM politicians who would vilify him in the CA during the day, coming to his house at night, and now telling me, Karoli abaganyi betaga chai baletede ku chai. That was very difficult to absorb. But I think he had already homed in on something that in the politics is there to serve a function. It is there to serve the people. From there, it's not the other way around. It's not the other way around. The politics is there to serve the people. And the role of a politician is to figure out how many of those views you can converge into one room. And I think on that one, he was actually right, because he started off, I think at that time we used to have this tabloid Ngabo newspaper. So 2 army officers I think it was Senyefunza and Serwanga Lwanga. Unfortunately, Serwanga Lwanga is deceased. Who, having listened quietly to the submissions of this small group of CA delegates, joined them in division lobby. That was a big, big shock. But then there were also other minor shocks because people kept on coming one by one, slowly by slowly. So the people like Amanya Mushega, he stayed in cabinet for many more years. But then, just 5 years later, he also was able to stand up and say, I think the boss here, you have gone wrong and I have left. Okay? So, that was something. Now where we are today, we are in an environment of fragmented politics. Why? Because we have not allowed our political institutions to grow and thrive. This used to bother him a lot. However, he always used to say, but who is the person now of this time? I remember in the late 2000, when I look at Doctor here, we met in many, many different times. And actually when our politics did not agree at all, but Doctor was in courtship of our sister, Winnie Byanyima. Another time, it was a surprise that in a short time, people would come over to his side. And this young professor from Munkozi always used to say, there is something we have seen during his visit, during our visit here to Allegheny College. People want to work with your father. There is a way he gives them peace to express themselves without losing their identity. So, as I sum up these very brief remarks, we have been trying to debate at home how best to memorialize him. The task has not been easy. As you know, the circumstances of what happened last year are still fresh. But one thing I want to tell you is that there is so much written content we have in our four walls of papers, of consultations, and so on, which we want to be, we don't expect to have a public library, but we expect to have a reference library where somebody comes on a specific issue and we are able to assemble a set of materials which can be consulted and so on. Allow me, before I leave, my father spent a lot of time in officialdom. So there were many people around him. You know, in politics is difficult because when you leave office, people say bye-bye and you never see them again. With my father, there was something different. So he was first a cabinet minister in July 1985. And I think from that era, I saw Mr. Chisero. Please stand up. So those of you who know Mr. Chisero is a career civil servant. And even after he left government, these people were always there for him in ways I cannot even describe. Mrs. Chisero is a professional librarian. he met those people at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And in my later years, as you go to the Cabinet Library and so on, so I kept on asking, who is Mr. Ssemogerere? And they've done a very good job helping take care of my mother, but also guiding us on how to store their works. The next person I want to introduce is Ambassador Ssemogerere. So, as a young boy, I was always in the hands of Mr. Katende. So, a friendship which has continued today. Mr. Katende was Foreign Service Officer, grade 6 at the time when my father began his tour at Foreign Affairs. My father left 7 years later. However, Katende continued to grow. Even as he continued to grow, he became closer and closer to the family. And finally, in the Foreign Service, when you reach the rank of Career Ambassador, Foreign Service Officer, grade 1, Katende has always been there for us. So, with those brief remarks, allow me to leave the podium because there are many people and there are many messages to be shared today. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Another round of applause to Paul Ssemogerere. Thank you very much, Paul Ssemogerere, for that very brilliant presentation. Thank you. Before now, I invite Professor Jemina Ssemogerere. As she gets ready, allow me to recognize some of our invited guests. Kanandikeno mulangira, Sebo mulangira David Chintuba Sajja, Science Okulaba. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Sebo Mulodi Wechibuga, you are most welcome. Salongo Elias Lukwago. Ambassador Matia Lubega, Sebo Tukwaniriza. Thank you for coming. Dr. Reverend Danny Kajumba, he was the first here. We are grateful, Dr. Reverend Danny Kajumba. Honorable members of Parliament, we have Honorable Lumu Richard, Member of Parliament from Itiana South, and a member of the Democratic Party. You are most welcome. Honorable Kayondo Fred, MP Mukono South. You are most welcome. A member of the Democratic Party. We have Honorable Yusuf Mutembule, a member of Parliament for Bulambuli. You are most welcome, Yusuf Mutembule. He is formerly a member of the Democratic Party also, but now a strong member of the NRA. I hope I have described him well. But we welcome you to this function. We have Honorable Kakembo Maiko Mbwatekamwa, Entebbe Municipality. You are most welcome. I can see the green, you are remembering your party. Honorable Betty S. Narima, Woman Member of Parliament for Wakiso. We have Honorable Mpalanyi Lukwago from Chotira County. You are most welcome, Honorable Mpalanyi Lukwago. We have Professor Maria Musoke, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University. You are most welcome, Professor Musoke Maria. Mwana wa DP Mwanyinaze Edith Byanyima. She is very smart in green, as you. You are most welcome, Madam Edith Byanyima, our elder sister. Mayor Rubaga, Honorable Zaki Mberaze Maula. You are most welcome. Then Governor Matia Lwangabwanika, LC5 chairperson, Wakiso District, is here with us. We have our elders, Honorable John Kawanga, a member of the family and also senior legislator. So you are most welcome. Honorable J.B. Kakoza, I think he's still currently the chairman of Foundation for African Development and a senior member of the Democratic Party. You are most welcome. Owekitiibwa Henry Bazira Sewanyana n'omukyala. You are most welcome. Owekitiibwa Jemba Kagwa, Ssebo tusanyusa okulaba. Thank you so much. A representative from NEED, Secretary General Honorable Odaka Asman. I don't know where he's seated. Yeah, most welcome. NEED is a party, political party led by our brother, Kabureta. We have our pastor coordinator, Kampala Diocese. So, pastor coordinator, you are most welcome to this function. We shall recognize other members as they come in, and allow me now invite our mother and a professor of Makerere University, Dr. Kawanga Ssemogerere. She promised that now she's now ready to deliver her speech. So, okutula.
I've been listening to the names you've just read and those which you read to us before. And I want to address our KAF guest who has come to help us with this meeting. I think you will agree with us. The floor is rich in presence of distinguished people. And remember, you are organizing this after the death. The person you are organizing it for is not here. But if we can still have this richness in the very short time we put this together, I feel that I can address that it is time we pick up the legacy. What is it that we have to learn actively and promote from Honorable Ssemogerere? The first item, you are going to see my son reading me the sentences. That's because I have many limitations, including poor sight, but I know what I want to say and it's still organized. First,
political education and democracy, constitutionalism and respect for human rights.
Political education, democracy, and a fight for human rights. Those who are ingrained with Ssemogerere. Ssemogerere spent a lot of time talking to people, not just discussion, but developing ideas. Who are we Ugandans? How do we define our political system? What is democracy? Is it something that just sounds nice? Or do we mean it? One of the things you didn't know, because it was not published, we spent 7 years with the NRM. At the very beginning, when it took power, Honorable Ssemogerere stood his ground and said, you are of the movement system and you have come to promote one-party state. True? That's what they intended. And I believe that's still what they intend. And I said, you have found the Democratic Party here. We promote pluralism and multi-party democracy. And we stand for it. And the representatives of that committee from the president kept on saying, after some time we'll see that working together in one party state is better. And Ssemogerere replied, no, I also tell you, after some time you will see that we are diverse. And in particular, Uganda is not suitable for one party state. I repeat, Uganda is not suitable for one party state. We are heterogeneous in our heritage, in our language, in our culture, and that's what makes us so rich and interesting. If I have to select a country to live, I would still select to live here in Uganda, despite the fact that I have lived for 15 years in the United States with all its wealth. And I went to very rich schools. I still think the most interesting thing is the variety of peoples and cultures and ideas of Ugandans. Ugandans, you are great people. Now I want, over time, I want you to take this as a legacy and define for us. We need to define ourselves as a country with this rich legacy and stop manipulating people to draw them into monolithic systems. We are extremely rich as we are, whether you are a Mulango or an Acholi or a Karamojong. You should never be ashamed of yourself. Your variety is your contribution God has given us, free of charge, by the way. And I would like to keep this point as a legacy. That is number one. Peaceful transfer of power. Number two. Dr. Ssemogerere believed in peaceful acquisition and transfer of power from one regime to the other. The disaster here, each regime which comes wants to dismiss the entire civil service, because those are his people. You know, the way we keep on saying, bano bobote, bano banyanya, bano bachi, we should stop these things. A civil service should be continuous with skills and education, and should serve the political system without being chased here and there because the regime has changed. So, number two, we want peaceful transfer of power. We don't want to wait all the time for coups and for those who speak strongly, oh, you talina maje. That's not the point. Have you come here to shoot us or to live with us and make life better for us? Why must each country have its own army? We want a national army. Strangely enough, one thing that interested me and I was amazed is the police. My husband reformed the police and nurtured the police, and the police knows it. And voluntarily, without asking anyone, at least not from our house, the police played the most beautiful themes and band, and we marched to the church taking his body at his death. In fact, we were crying. We just wiped the tears and enjoyed the music. And I think Uganda should be like that. The police is to protect us with our property and whatever. It is not to persecute us. We really believe in peace. The political system. We have to improve the political system. We should not be starting from scratch. If we have a party, you heads of parties, you are to improve those parties and not to see what I have just seen about maybe 2 weeks ago, forcing my brother, he knows who he is, climbing hedges to free members of his party. Can you imagine? And he's a nice, well-built man. He looks honorable, but he had to be forced to climb hedges because they didn't agree with the party. And all the time we had been told, you know, this party has come intellectually and is trying to improve with us. Actually, part of that party spent quite some time trying to destroy DP. But I think by now they are learning a lesson. We are trying to improve the party system. The party system is an institution. There are reasons why parties are formed. Some parties will command majority. Some parties will be minority parties, but with a reason. Some parties will lean to certain religions. But I think all that is okay, as long as those parties are well developed and well nurtured. Don't go to another party to destroy it. That is poor politics. So as a legacy, of course, the first thing I'm going to say, develop further and improve the Democratic Party. It is a mother party in many respects. There's no hiding about that. But I have no problem with the Congress people. If they want, they can improve their UPC. And we worked together with Madam, whom you all know, from UPC, and my husband concentrated on removing violence from UPC and reconciliation. He did not stand to destroy UPC. And people came telling him, oh, those UPC people are such bad people. Why do you work with them? And he would turn them around and look at the other party from whom such people came and say, are those from the other party necessarily better? We shouldn't make such statements. We should talk to each party to improve it and to have it grow. This should be an active legacy of multi-partyism. Very early in his graduate education, my husband wrote a very small paper and said, a one-party state is neither democratic nor African. So those who come running that Africans are very suited for one party, they are telling you a lie. At least in this country, which is so rich with so many cultures and so many lifestyles, a one-party state is ridiculous. Let people have parties which they want to form voluntarily, and we develop a culture. On this basis, what happened with the
proportional representation?
There was a foundation which came here to help political parties. Really, that foundation, the donors to that foundation should examine their conscience. Did they do that? Or did they just concentrate on making one party supreme and suppressing other parties? iPod. Was that building a multi-party state or what? These are issues which we should learn and discuss and guide the donors from iPod to do better. We want, I've talked about the political system to be pluralistic, coming into power politically, and of course living politically and peacefully. And there are subjects which we should learn. There are better ways of voting and having majority counted at the polling station. Many of you are in a hurry. We don't want to listen. You know, you are counting what is the proportional representation. That is a pain. They are defining for us something abstract. Hey, you can have one man winning it all, but bringing a minority of people to rule you and not having a place in the political system. In fact, one of the things we have learned from what is this party distributing the money for welfare that is going on now, tells us that, you know, we better really count how representative we are. What is a parish? If you don't want to define a parish properly, how do you know that the parish development model is going to be democratic? And you are going to take small villages and give them the same wealth and financing as the very large parishes? Have you really thought about political representation on which you base the parish development model, or you are just chanting words? This is something we should do. Where do we live in local government? I saw my sister, Naruyima, and I've been listening to you struggling to explain local government. We have a lousy local government and we don't want it to grow. Those are some of the areas in which we should have a legacy being developed. Now, if you have properly arranged and defined your local government and your population and its diverse culture, you may in fact have to conclude that it is better to develop into a federal rather than a unitary system. But then, my brothers and sisters, and I know there are people working with a lot of effort, saying that we are going to develop a federal system, whether it is permitted or not permitted. What they are saying, in fact, to begin with, the federal system is going to be de facto. And as we go along, we shall address the de jure problem. In other words, we are going to work as a federal and show that it works. And then start from there and develop a suitable legal system. I don't oppose them, and I think they should be encouraged. But overall, for the legacy, let us not just repeat federal, federal, federal. Let us see what it means, how we can develop it for our country. And my husband tried to do that. He showed us several federal systems, both in Africa, in Europe, in the Americas, and in Asia. And why I say we have to have an actively developed federal system, don't fall into the problem of Ethiopia. You start with regions that are viable and doing things in the federal way, and you set conflict of one region versus another. Ethiopia is busy trying to destroy a federal system. I don't think that is a good idea, but simply saying, you know, those so and so are bad, and so you set them to shoot at them, and when they have finished, and always it is the dictator at the head who is advising the different regions to shoot at each other. We shouldn't do it that way. Let us dig a federalism. Let us look at what the sultans are doing. What is happening in Switzerland? We know how to say, okay, if you are going to have federalism, you must have many official languages. But you know, handle the language problem properly. people will hear each other if what they are saying to each other is sensible. If you started talking Swahili everywhere, don't think that you will understand each other necessarily. Those who are saying Swahili have better talk sense to us. In federalism, particularly in places like Switzerland, those people have more than 5 languages. And some languages are spoken by only a few people. But they run a credible federal system. Because the federal system is about sharing power and respect for each other. It is not just having or enforcing one language on the other. Now, I've spoken a mouthful. I have not been analytical. I have simply mentioned to you areas which I am asking you to work at actively. I want this forum, I may be deceiving myself, but I hope not. I want this forum to be held several times. But when we come, I'm not asking for a memorial lecture. No, thank you. I am asking for an active legacy. You see the difference? We can have a memorial lecture and cry all our tears. Maybe you will say, you know, I think this madam doesn't cry for her husband. I do. Incidentally, just to tell you that I'm still in the period of mourning, the dress I have on is donated to me by the relatives of my brothers and sisters, Abengabi, my own clan. They brought to me as mafumvu. Of course, in the tradition, you know what mafumvu is. That's how I have tied it quite tight so that I can have some energy to talk to you. I'm still crying for my husband, but I don't want him to be remembered in a memorial lecture. I want him to be remembered in active legacy, so that each time we meet, we add something to the beauty and development of our dear country. Understood? Yes. Yes. I hope so. It is not tears today or tears tomorrow. It is developing an active legacy. Let me tell you, let me bring one example. We have violent elections here. We better learn how to handle them. And I know in this audience, at least I heard, if he has left, well, you can tell him I said so. You know, my brother Chakurani is still asking questions. How do we preserve our victory? Hey, let me tell you, Mr. Chakurani, you are not the first to have the victory. We have had this victory twice. And I say so. I have the evidence. One in 1980. It was practically universal. My husband was elected victorious. he won the election. And then somehow there was a formation of a Bush organization, apparently to redeem the victory. He did not join. It gave him a lot of criticism, but my husband was never a Muyekera, because he does not believe in acquiring power by violence. And he could tell you that I will never go to State House jumping dead bodies. And let me tell you, had he gone, Nayekera, a lot of you would be dead. You better believe me. And I know, and the people come to us and tell us, Owange, Ssemogerere yalioka n'abaawo. It is good he was around. He saved me from this trap and the other trap. And my husband reprimanded me for preparing a beautiful meal for the Bayekera at the end. And said, Madam, what exactly are you doing? And I told him, well, I'm welcoming these brothers and sisters because they are coming back from the bush. From what? And I had to apologize. And for some time I went grumbling. But in the end, I had to say in my heart of hearts, he was right. We should never, never promote political systems violently, because what we get at the end is not democracy. It is a continuation of violence. And whenever we want to say, you know, you get an answer saying, but you want us to do that. But when we bush people, when will the people who didn't go to the bush do something right? Now, these are issues that we have to learn in an active legacy from Ssemogerere. One of the things we are trying to do as a family, we are trying to put together a library and preserve whatever is worth preserving for the generations that are interested to learn better how to manage and protect and preserve and build an enjoyable democracy for our country. And we are doing a second effort. We are going to try to reconstruct the foundation for African development. The foundation was there, but because of poor rule, somebody, I think, developed a greed to take it over. And what the foundation was trying to do gradually weakened. We will not have that continue. I have my younger mwami, Honorable J.B. Kawanga, who helped us draft the bylaws and the legal phrases for the Foundation for African Development. He's here. Please stand so that they see that he helped us when the foundation was being set up, and he's still helping us to see how the foundation will be improved. And some of the things we are trying to raise as we develop, we organize this meeting is maybe we are trying to develop how to have custodianism for the ideas we develop and so on. And we are trying to develop a website. It was necessary to address that question when this meeting was being organized, and we hope the website will be forthcoming in time so that we have a modern system of communication. And then if we have a library and we have a developed home for the Foundation for African Development, I think we shall have the institution, the bare minimum institutions that we need. Now, colleagues, I will not say ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, let me call you colleagues. You have really come in your variety, in your distinguished places and gathering. I want you to interest yourselves in an active legacy. And I want us to be able, year after year, or whatever periodic period we choose to repeat this gathering, to continue. And I hope the politicians who are here and thinking of jumping to ban it will have second thoughts about that, so that we really develop, so that we can be in a day able to answer exactly what defines us as Ugandans. It is not the chambers, as you know, when you listen to CBS, is it the chambers of coffee we have, blah, 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 blah. No, I want what defines us as Ugandans, a well-distinguished, intellectual, and well-written legacy showing the contribution of Ssemogerere and where he stopped and where you are starting. I want to thank you for listening. I have not been analytical, but I am starting for what should come out to be analytical. Understood? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Another round of applause to Professor Jeremiah Ssemogerere. I thought she was a professor of economics, but she has also proved that she's a professor of political science, I think. Thank you very much, Professor Jeremiah Ssemogerere, for that brilliant presentation. We are humbled and grateful for that wisdom. Yes, you are supposed to just stand. I didn't need to tell you. Thank you very much. They are appreciating you, Mama, for the brilliant speech you have given us. You talked like a Dr. Ssemogerere. on the issue of federalism. So thank you so much. We are grateful and humbled. As we are going on, my sister Mary Babiri Kabanda, Honorable, came in. You are most welcome, Honorable Mary Babiri Kabanda, from Masaka City. Yeah, your daughter is around. Vincent Dipo Kayanja, former mayor of Entebbe, my brother here, please, you are most welcome. Dick Richam's NEC member, current NEC, I think, National Executive Committee of the DP. Dick Richams, where are you? Stand up for recognition. Yeah, he's committed to the DP Vegas. Yeah, he's saying that he's a member of DP and current NEC, but not the one which was sold out. That's what he has said. Mr. Kasivante, Charles Kibabiri, former mayor of Masaka Municipality, you are most welcome. And I think a few others. Honorable colleagues, allow me right now to invite Council Samuel Muizi Mulindwa Kayayu to make a brief presentation on the Unity in Diversity project as inspired and initiated by Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. Honorable Muizi, Council Muizi, you have 15 minutes to make that presentation. You are most welcome. Council Muizi Samuel. And he is among the conveners with Oweekitiibwa Mpanga.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, distinguished guests before us, the Archbishop, Omulangira Wasajja, Dr. Kizza Besigye, Mama and family that has convened us here today under the Legacy Project. My name is Samuel Muizi Mulindwa Kayayu. Kayayu, literally put, Omuganda agamba, akayayu bakayita okulya obwami kekuba nsiko. As most of you know, obwami bw'obusinga nali sibukkiriza. Natandika bukkiriza Oweekitiibwa Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere we yaŋŋamba kisaanidde okusavinga nga National Legal Advisor wa Democratic Party. Era yaŋŋamba nti wabaddewo gap oba void mu mulimu gw'okulaba nti ekibiina kitambuza constitutionalism mu byamateeka okuva Oweekitiibwa His Worship Elias Lukwago luyabeera Legal Advisor. Ku ye wakati awo waliwo void yali ayagala tujjuze era olugero okuva ku olwo n'enduza ebbali n'endukyusaamu akayaayo ne kakkiriza obwami. Ndi munnamateeka nga nze managing partner owa Alaka and Company Advocates. Omulimu ogundeese wano si munene naye waliwo obwami we mbadde soogeddeeko. Omuloodi yampa obulamuzi ng'omulamuzi wa Valuation Court tugezeeko kutambuza emirimu gya Valuation Court. Court ekola ku Busuulu Mayumba mu Kampala ku mazima n'obwenkanya butafaanananga emirimu gyali gitambuzibwa before that. Era nkwebaza omuloodi olw'ekyo. Nzize wano nga amyuka chairman oba convener wa gathering eno Oweekitiibwa Daudi Mpanga atasobodde kuba naffe olwaleero. Oweekitiibwa Daudi Mpanga is in Mengo on a new assignment. Today coincided with the function or handover of the Buganda Land Board, which falls under his docket as minister in Mengo. But I'll present not my statement, but this 2020, he was conferred a precious award by His Majesty, the Kabaka of Buganda, in recognition of his political contribution to society and country. And we are glad that Omulangira tulina ye wano olwaleero. On the 7th day of October 2020, his diverse friends organized an occasion to celebrate his achievement of the Significant Peace Award, and that he dubbed Africana 1. And on that occasion, he dedicated the precious award to his initiative on dialogue for unity in diversity, based on the following principles among others. 1, peaceful democratic governance. 2, constitutionalism and democracy. 3, free and fair elections. 4, social justice. And as I'll tell you, this paper kept on growing every other day and meeting. That was Africana 1. On the 16th day of December 2020, he championed a declaration of the commitment to those principles, and this was endorsed by members of several shades of opinion, civil society, and leaders of political parties in Uganda. And on that day, he launched the UID Secretariat, and that he dubbed Africana 2. On the 5th date of January 2021, he championed an attempt to have a sober approach to the last presidential elections. And the majority of presidential candidates, at least opposition leaning, endorsed a concept and their commitment to the Unity in Diversity program going into the elections, and that was Africana 3. I'm trying to be precise because I cannot really accommodate all that happened. On the 18th date of November 2022, he died, and by the time of his death, he had already put his ideas on how to breathe efforts into his legacy in writing, and had put the Unity in Diversity team to implement the same. Picking from where he ended, and with a view to having his wishes of building a good and thriving political and constitutional environment for the future generation, we continued the work of the UID. And in that regards, on the 7th date of December 2021, I think it was 2022, we met as the Unity in Diversity Steering Committee for a way forward having assured all that attended the funeral services, right from the vigil up to the burial, that we shall continue with this cause. But upon meeting, we realized that he had done a lot of work for us, because he had already prepared the text for an Africana 4, building on the past text that he had used to guide us into this arrangement. And out of a series of meetings which he had held with different stakeholders, also named in this plan, you all know, and I'm seeing a lot of faces that know this for a fact, that his style of mobilizing for the UID was through meeting individual persons or groups around the concept. He would appreciate the diverse inputs and considerations and then call us, the core team of the Unity and Diversity, to develop it further going into the next meeting or conference. So I assure you, Mama, from your statements, that we are committed. We are committed to continue this work, because he actually prepared it for us. He prepared the way forward for Unity in Diversity himself. We only lost a convener and leader in him. I think we need to clap for that. But again, he was oblivious of this, for this was not a personal idea. In that spirit, that is why he set up a Unity and Diversity core team. He actually had also given us a way forward for the idea. And in that meeting of the 7th of December 2022, we chose Owekitiibwa Daudi F. Mpanga as our chairman and convener going forward to prepare Africana 4. And that's why he signed off the invitation for this meeting today and actually organized us into this meeting. I think it deserves a hand clap too. So I only stand here, not in his shoes, but his deputy, because he's on the assignments that I told you as I commenced my presentation. He passed on his apologies for not being with us. But under his chair, and after a series of meetings with the legal brains, because the focus is constitutional in nature in a way, with politicians, and also most importantly, with a guiding mind of Mama, we've met in Rubaga, severally at AF Mpanga offices, and several Zoom meetings organized by my sister Anna. This we did to ensure that we accommodate all members that were on record in steering this project forward. We have agreed on the way forward this far to have a two-pronged approach. We've agreed that we shall have a legacy proper, which is about Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, and also to continue the Unity in Diversity project, which is a national concept mainly for a political way forward for this country. So the agreed personal legacy project and its efforts shall be explained more. And I believe my brother Kalori hinted into this direction. But today's event marks the beginning of the celebration of his legacy and contribution to the development of society and country. I thank you all for attending this important occasion, and we can see a light at the end of the tunnel, for that the short notice that you all received, you managed to make it here. Most of these people here, I don't think anyone got a formal notice of more than 1 week, if at all. We are talking of days. But for some reasons, because we could not adjourn any further, we've adjourned, I think, twice for a suitable date. We agreed, and thank you for turning up in such diverse, large numbers. And if it is the consensus, members of this diverse congregation, physically here, and those following on the live stream, and the record I've seen, it's quite a number, we undertake to continue with the Unity in Diversity project and intend to invite you all soon for a Unity in Diversity conference on politics, constitutionalism, and the future of Uganda. On the day of his demise, I was supposed to meet with him that evening to set a structure, that day's evening, to set a structure for Africana 4. And he had already discussed with Professor Frederick Sempebwa to prepare his presentation based on the diverse contributions which he had gathered from different stakeholders, religious leaders, cultural or traditional leaders, the academia, diplomatic corps, business leaders, and most importantly, the political leaders across board. In the Unity in Diversity, we have something we call the glass coffee table. It's a metaphor. On this table, we can have juice, we can have beer, we can have water. And even if anyone on the table disagrees with the beer, you are free to disagree, but do not smash over this glass coffee table. This table or vessel is intended to enable minimal divergence, but also facilitate reconvergence. It can also facilitate a smooth transition, which is much desired in this country today. I may not belabor much on that, both politically and through a legal framework. And proposals on this are being worked on already by the political leaders, and the Honorable Dr. Kizza Besigye, among others, will tell you that all top political leaders that always congregated with us are already working on this. There is also a legal framework which is being worked on by a large team, including Professor Sempebwa, Oweekitiibwa Daudi Mpanga, Senior Counsel Lule, the Honorable Elias Lukwago, Dr. Joe Olokonyango, Dr. Kabumba Businje, Counsel Keyamwanje, and myself, among many others. In the interest of time, I may not elaborate the Unity in Diversity concept today, but Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere was an inspiration to all of us as enumerated, and most of us here today. May his desire for peace and unity in diversity be the driving force and glue that will gather us in the struggle for a better Uganda. Long live the noble legacy of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. The MC here is among the team that has prepared for this function. I would want those who prepared to stand up. We may not have that chance again. We are of the Lord Mayor, Elias Lukwago, We have Dr. Businje, please come forward. Dr. Businje Kabumba, please come forward. He's from the law school in Makerere. Anna, please come forward. Patrick Sekamate. Professor Maria Musoke. Paul Ssemogerere here. Wechitiibwa Babire Kabanda. Mr. Actually Chairman, Governor Matia Luangabwanika. It is so diverse. Deo Njoki is not here with us. Wycliffe Bakandonda is also not here with us. Council Nalukola from DP is not here with us. Council Uganda, many others. I cannot exhaust. This is just on the table to organize this meeting, but you can imagine how large the team that is preparing for the next conference. So I already send out invitations to you. Everyone on that list here today will be part of that conference. Please honor that meeting. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for God and my country. Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangale.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilman. And then we shall invite Honorable Gerald Karuhanga for his further remarks. You are most welcome. Honorable Yusuf Mtembule from Bunyole East in Butaleja District, Eastern Uganda.
Thank you very much, Comrade. Archbishop waffe Owekitiibwa Wasajja Omulangira, Tata waffe Dr. BSJ, Mama waffe Professor muganda wange Karoli, Omulodi nga sikwerabidde, buli omu yenna ba members of parliament abanange omuli wano, banaimwe bale kujja. Yusuf Mtembuli is my name. I do represent the people of Bunyole East in the parliament, that's in the Butaleja district. And I'm also the deputy chair of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee in the parliament. And we are expecting electoral reforms anytime. And those will come to my committee, and be assured that we shall have to handle them. Because your own is there. I was in the Democratic Party from 2000, and I served in different capacities. One as deputy spokesperson of UID, and that's why he still recognizes me in that capacity. And at one time, Doctor interested me in becoming the vice president in charge of Eastern region. And we had a discussion. I accepted, and I was elected in that capacity. I served at that time until such a time when I believed it's difficult even to say it. But until that time, when I decided to switch, you know, Doctor kept on telling us that politics is all about serving people. Yeah, that he kept on emphasizing that politics is about serving your people. And that is why you see most of us here, the members of parliament who are here, were in the Democratic Party, majority of us. But now we are in FDC, others are in NUP, others are in NRM, and other parties. But like we're advised by Dr. the late, we should always serve our people, irrespective of which party. So colleagues, I must assure you that when I'm serving Ugandans, I don't want to know whether I belong to NRM, whether I belong to DP, as long as I'm serving my country. So be assured that you have your own serving you. Don't mind where I'm doing that from. The late doctor mentored us, majority of us, Moyizi and others. He would always call us as younger men. You know, there was a time we had confusion in UID. He sat us down And he told us a lot of things. He said, younger men, you are the leaders of tomorrow. Don't spoil your future now. The moment you start behaving the way you people are behaving, you'll never be leaders. And he always told us to be patient. Always be patient. Always respect each other, irrespective of whichever party or religion that you belong to. Those are some of the virtues that he kept on emphasizing to us. And colleagues, let me tell you, I will never disrespect any person just because we are not from the same political party or from the same region or the same religion. This he emphasized, he inspired us. We'd always have talks. Even a little Luganda that I speak, he kept on teaching me. Chino yogede wote ne chino ochogede mulunyoli bachogera webati. So I kept on learning a lot of things from him. And it's for that very reason when I received a call from my land friend, Muizi, yesterday night, telling me of this conference, I said, anything to do with Dr. Ssemogerere, I can postpone each and everything, but I must be there. And I must tell you that I'm not here representing national resistance movement, but I'm here because I know I'm at home. Okay? The foundation, colleagues, I am what I am because of the Democratic Party. That I cannot shy to tell you that. And the media, you can even quote this, because even those who got me, they got me from the Democratic Party. The foundation that we got from Dr. Ssemogerere, the mentorship, the inspiration, and the other things that you can talk about is what has kept us alive and is what has kept us politically alive. So colleagues, I don't want to say much, but the family, Mama, that was introduced in Ssemogerere and the others against Attorney General. It's a very interesting principle that we kept on using and persuading the Constitutional Court then, and they agreed with us on most of the issues. So colleagues, when you talk about constitutionalism, when you talk about jurisprudence in this country, you cannot leave out the late Dr. Ssemogerere. For us as lawyers, we know he did a lot. Like you said, I'm told there were 15 people, and 14 were saying this is impossible. He consulted 1 or 2 and he said, let's go. And they went, and most of these principles have been brought out, and those are the major principles that we rely on wherever you're handling matters to do with constitutional petitions. So we are very grateful that God gave us such a brilliant person that loved this country. Colleagues, when we talk about unity, you cannot talk about unity without talking about Dr. Ssemogerere. This is a man who loved unity. I'm not surprised that we are now having unity in diversity. This is exactly what he loved. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not my day. I was only just given 2 minutes to say something. And allow me to say thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Tata waffe gyali tugamba Katonda amusaasire ebyayitira byonna. Mwebalire ddala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yusuf Mutembule from Bunyore East constituency in Butareja. I think coming in is Honorable Muwanga. Ubira ku bantu bakulabe nti otuuse Honorable Muwanga Kivumbi. You are most welcome, Chairman Buganda Caucus. Right now, colleagues, allow me invite the Honorable Judge Karuhanga, who is representing in Alliance for National Transformation, but also General Mugisha Muntu in that capacity. You are most welcome, Honorable Judge Karuhanga. He was a member of Parliament twice, and I think he was rigged. He must have been rigged the other time.
Your Grace, the Archbishop, Mama, in a special way, Mama again, Owekitiibwa, our prince, senior leader, and Uganda's political historical, Dr. Kizza Besigye. Our senior convener and brother, the Lord Mayor, the members of Parliament, the leaders of Uganda and beyond, I salute you, ladies and gentlemen. About a year and plus ago, I received one of the most humbling calls. And on the other side of the call, the voice went, "This is Dr. Kawanga Ssemogerere." Am I speaking to Gerald Karhanga? It took me some 10 seconds to answer because I was not very sure whether some prank is being played on me or some game, someone is cooking some game. And I listened, but the voice was the one. And I said, since artificial intelligence may not be very active at that level, especially then, I said, maybe I'm speaking to the right man. And he invited me for a conversation. I must confess, it was one of the most humbling moments of my life. We had a historical, a patient, smart, detailed, and exceedingly well-grounded in the knowledge and the politics of this country in the man of Dr. Ssemogerere. Many times, we want to look around and look and try to trace if there are leaders that we can pick a leaf from, especially in our own setting as a country. And I must confess that those leaders in our country who had a chance and an opportunity to listen and relate with Dr. Ssemogerere, I want to believe that you are certainly never the same before, and certainly you must have picked one or two lessons from this particular historical man. Unity in diversity. He shared very passionately, and thanks to the fruits that I ate that afternoon, Mama, it's very amazing to see how for such a long time, through so many struggles, you see a very unyielding personality, a very passionate individual about the progress, about the future of our country. He still emphasized and said, look, I know you are young, but I know you are capable of changing this country to where you would love it to be. And he kept emphasizing how there was power. Power. He said, look, sometimes people think our many tribes or our different regions are actually a challenge to the progress of our nation. He flipped the coin and said, no. Diversity, we all just need to add unity to the diversity. And he went on to explain how this concept could really transform our nation. I bring greetings from Alliance for National Transformation. And we are very proud that we are invited to this meeting. I can state very firmly with representative powers, I must say, that we are extremely proud of this process, and we are part and parcel and will work with you all the way. Those are not my words as Karanga. I am not sure whether I have those powers to say those words. But we are really, really proud of this process. I'm going to mention one example and then I conclude. Some years back, the Kenyans had a leader for a long, long time, President Moi. They looked left, looked right, and realized they needed change in their country, whatever happens. They disagreed many times. They never came to an understanding in 1 or 2 or 3 engagements. Not even 1 or 2, 3 years. Not even 1 or 2, 3 trials or presentations or conferences or meetings like this one. They never gave up. They knew that there was a point of departure that must be reached. And that brought them together. Incidentally, some were even from the ruling party. And some had been in the opposition for so many years, as we know the story. Eventually, they managed to see the leadership that had not changed for several years change. And now they can proudly say that a president who serves the Kenyan government will at most have 2 terms as president. Did this just happen? I can imagine. I know there are leaders here who participated in these engagements from the sidelines. But it happened. And it happened through a protracted engagement, sacrifices, and commitment. When I look here, when I turn my right, I see the honorable men and women. I turn on my left, I see the honorable men and women, even those who are out there, that have the capacity, the will, and the vigor that we need to cause the real political transformation in this country. The question is, what has eluded us for all these years? Why have we not made it to this point? I think, Bwana Mizi, I think that has to be one of the core issues that we must engage as we have these discussions. Why is it that we all seem to agree on one thing? That we need change in this country. We all seem to be willing to commit to it. But when we are just about to get there, somehow, for one reason or the other, we don't make it there. Dr. Besigye, you are a very admired individual in this country for the sacrifices that you've made for this country. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we must give credit where it's due. And for me, that's where we need to draw a line. You know, for some reason, one thinks that, you know, because I belong to this political belonging, that identifying a leader in the other setting is a problem. Because if we all care to see the real transformation in this country, then we must look beyond what seems to be the immediate cocoons or groupings that we have. Because Uganda is much, much more important than the ANT, than FDC, than DP, than NRM, than UPC, than NUP. Uganda is the reason we are here. Uganda is the reason we exist. And so, I know of individuals out there who have made huge sacrifices. I participated in elections. Let me just comment about the previous election. These gentlemen that brought us these armed men in '86, and I know they did it for the right cause. They believed the man, the leader, meant good for this nation. It was at about 11 p.m. deep down in Tungamo. The first phone call I received, incidentally, was from my neighbor. He said, "Gerald, we seem to be in trouble." And I said, "What has happened?" He says, "We are surrounded." I opened my window and only to realize that indeed the soldiers had surrounded the entire neighborhood. This was the eve of the election. They broke into almost all the homes because they had believed that the entire hill supported me. And literally one by one picked, whether you were dressed or undressed, whether you were a woman or a man, it did not matter. Picked all of them. It was one of the most traumatizing to see people literally in their nakedness. To see the screams. And all their crime was because they supported this young man. People were tortured. You know, putting a human being on tarmac and you see the entire body bleed before your eyes. And then the following day, they said, "We have an election." I have always been very optimistic, but I question myself whether we were going through an election at that point, whether it was even still worth it. And what was not even in any way surprising to many, there was almost complete complacence of as if nothing had happened. Everyone literally went on their business. This regime has always wanted to push us to the point of resignation as a nation, as a people. That we all give up, that we all get intimidated into a corner and feel like we are all done. But I have one little message as I conclude. That God created us with that inherent capacity as human beings that is exceedingly inexhaustible. That those who think we are about to give up on seeing democratic leadership in this country happen, they should forget. That we are determined to engage with each other as political actors in unity, in diversity. to see how finally we transform our own country. And that will happen. They can do their own things, but that eventually will happen. So colleagues, I am honored to still see men and women who care about the future of this country. And I believe, as I conclude, that inexhaustible spirit that lies in the men and women of the likes of the Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago, in the likes of women in this nation, like Alice Alaso, Winnie Chiza, in the men like General Muntu, in the men like my brother, Mwanga Chivumbi, and all the individuals out there that are willing to sacrifice, all we need to do is not to give up. Because that's what they want us to do. Just that's all we need. We will deliver our country. It is not just our call, it's our cardinal obligation. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Judge Karuhanga. A round of applause to Honorable Judge Karuhanga. Thank you so much. A message from Alliance for National Transformation. Didas Richams, former member of NEC from Isingiro, NEC DP, Isingiro District. Please stand up for recognition. Allow me also to pass on this message. Dr. Mike Waigalume is out of the country and he has sent his official apology here. His Majesty Richard Yapire, the road of Wacholi, has this message. I'm extremely sorry that I'm unable to attend the celebration of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere's legacy, but I'm with you in spirit. Thank you. That was the message from Road of Wacholi. Right now, members, allow me to invite a representative of the Democratic Party, Honorable Kayondo, Fred, and my sister, Mary Babidi Kabanda. Okay, after him, you share the time, then you invite her to say something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mukadde wange Mukatonda, Ssebo omutiibwa ennyo, archbishop. Mukulu wange, ate muganda wange, Ssebo omulangira, Wasajja Kintu, omwana wa Ssekabaka. Maama wange, mukulu wange, ate mukulu wange mu byobufuzi, Ssebo Dr. Kizza Besigye. Allow me introduce myself as Kayondo Fred, and I can proudly say that I'm a member of Parliament in Mukono South on a DP ticket. I'll never denounce being a DP member. I'll remain DP, and I'll die a DP regardless of what I come across. And allow me in the same lane introduce my fellow member of Parliament, Ssebo Situkabakulabeko Mpalanyi from Kyotera, is also on DP ticket. Mama, I was proud. I felt happy when you said you develop further. You don't need to destroy Democratic Party to exist. You don't need to destroy another party for your existence. In fact, you look so weak when you destroy another political party on opposition and you think you can exist on that. I think that's what Dr. Ssemogerere tried to fight. Dr. Ssemogerere tried to fight. That we can coexist, that was the mentality of unity in diversity. Members, the little time I've stayed around here, no single party can single-handedly defeat a dictator here. Because if it was so, what didn't Dr. Besigye do? Dr. Besigye kiki otakola? What didn't Dr. Besigye do? What didn't Dr. Ssemogerere do? And what didn't Honorable Bobi Wine do? Members, it's high time we agree that we can coexist. We can come together on the same table. Disagreement does not mean hatred. That was the spirit of Dr. Ssemogerere. We can disagree. We can disagree on a point, but it doesn't mean that we should hate each other. But disagreement is normal. And it is, in fact, it is a sign of wisdom if you disagree. That means people can have different ideas. But disagreement does not mean that we should hate each other. Yes, I understand the catastrophe and the dilemma DP is going through. It does not mean that we should base on that and castigate DP and even deep it further. If there are people like Kayondo, if there are people like Mpalanyi, if there are people like Rumu, if there are people like Dr. Lumebaiga, who can still stand on the cause of opposition, let's embrace them. There are people in DP who are still pushing on the idea of opposition and they want a peaceful transfer of power. Otherwise, if we keep castigating each other, if we keep castigating Dr. Kizza Besigye, if we keep on a blame game and we think might is right and it's not taking us anywhere, please let us embrace the spirit of unity in diversity. I think it will take us far more than what we think. Thank you very much for this convention. I don't think I'm too junior. That's why I never invited my mama, Mary Babirye Kabanda, to stand when I'm speaking here because I'm a junior to her. Allow me stop here because I had a lot to say, but time is not on our side. Let me invite my senior Mama Babirye Kabanda. Honorable, please come and take over from where I've stopped. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you all.
His Grace Paul Ssemogerere, Omulangira Asajja, Mama, and my brother. Our mentor in politics, Besigye. They used to tell me that I resemble you. People used to say so. And whenever they say I could feel proud. Yes. Dear members, protocol observed. Allow me to introduce myself to you. I'm Babirye Mary Kabanda, as in the 10th Parliament. That's why people address me as Honorable. And I was a member of the Great Lukiiko. That's why others address me as OHT. I'm the National Treasurer for Democratic Party. While I was in Australia, I had challenges concerning money in other political parties. I made the resolution that I'm also going to investigate in DP. Because we had a lot of money. From where? Thank you for this, for opening our eyes. I think we have work to do. Allow me to welcome you, dear members. Thank you very much for coming. To recognize what our father, Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, did for this country. I'd like to remind you that he was our father. He was our mentor. We loved him, but he went dissatisfied. Despite the age, he wrote to me, I will share the last document he wrote to me with the core team. He was thinking of how can we join these parties to have a better Uganda. As my brother said, we shouldn't fight each other because we are fighting for a better Uganda. I just came back last week from Australia. It was my first time to visit that country. But I was so surprised when they all have the data of who Babide Kabanda is. And they asked me, why did these people didn't vote you? They asked me, why? They gave me a red carpet. And when I went to address the very, very, very high class people, then they say, why? They are reading about me. We know a lot about you. Why? No, people in Masaka are now saying, Babide, we made a mistake. I wish those who are putting us down just joined us would be too far. My brother has already noted it, that getting out a dictator who has ruled the country for over 30 years, it is not easy. You can't do it alone. You have to join hands. People who have traveled, you see, when you come back in Uganda, just from Entebbe, you really realize that we are not even the third world. We have not even taken off as a country. I remember in 2004, I was traveling to Germany. 2004. Then I saw ladies. I didn't have a kales. You know kales? I didn't have one. But the wind could blow. If you don't have a lesu, you have to. Then I realized why people are covering themselves in Dubai. But you go to Dubai and see. United Arab Emirates. Go and see. I was told that even Uganda one time gave a donation to United Arab Emirates. My dear friends, time is here and now. Especially people who are in 435 and above, this is our time. People should learn to retire and honorably. You cannot tell me that somebody of 80 years, 83 years, 79, he still have the ability to take Uganda where I want to go. I was so surprised. Children of 2 years of P3, they're having computers. All the computers, the laptops which we used for one day in the conference, when I carried many, they got them out from me and they destroyed them. I think they told me they're going to destroy them. They organized over 200 laptops, which you have used for only one day in the conference. And they said maybe they take to Uganda. They say Uganda we don't allow. Therefore, my appeal to you, as we remember and recognize the work of our dear father, our mentor, let us work together. There is no political party. Katolu Bwama used to say, abamu masanyalaze, abala waya, abala fena tulina kugenda oba oli masanyalaze, oba oli waya, oba oli ki. We do a lot. Mami noted it. The people should know that however strong you are, united we stand, divided we shall fall. Therefore, thank you very much for coming. Let us have a step and we move forward together as political parties. I want to inform all those who are not in DP. DP is still there. And we are ready to protect that mother political party. DP would have been the party to take Uganda forward. Nekakati create another party, create Oma Aunt come together. Yes. UPC come together. DP, the only party, believe me or not, that can take Uganda where it is supposed to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manyina Zemere Babire Kabanda, a treasurer general of the Democratic Party. Thank you. Yes, we're going to make that investigation like you have promised. Thank you very much. Waliwo musajja wa Dr. Ssemogerere wa Namini Semakula angami njagala bakulu bandabe ko bulabi nange wendi akumye kitebe. So musajja oyo archbishop yakumye kitebe kya DP. Swahili president wena yakumye kitebe. We have Dr. Joy Mirembe, a NEC member in charge of professionals as the National Unity Platform. Dr. Joy Mirembe, please, if you are around, stand up for recognition. Yeah, you are most welcome. Allow me to invite the representative of the leadership of the National Unity Platform, Council Keya and Ona Mwanga Kivumbi. You have your 5 minutes to do that work, Ebele, because we are behind schedule. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Grace, the Archbishop, Mama, Professor Jemina Ssemogerere, Omulangira Wasajja, Sebo Dr. Chiza Besigye Warren Kifeefe, abantu b'enju ya Dr. Ssemogerere, bamemba ba Parliament abali wano, aba Unity and Diversity, all distinguished guests. My name is Jeremiah Keya Mwanje. I'm a member of the National Unity Platform and I'm in charge of the Elections Secretariat. I am meant to deliver the apologies of the party leadership. The communication was delivered a little bit late after they had moved to Western Uganda, as you know. But His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu has told me to say this. He had an opportunity with the Secretary General to meet with Dr. Ssemogerere in the week that he passed on. Dr. Ssemogerere requested me to invite him, which I did, and when I told him, he moved to his place on that same day. And they had a very thorough discussion regarding unity and diversity and the architecture of the next conference and how he wanted the whole thing to play out. And they agreed. And the National Unity Platform is in with both legs in the arrangements of unity in diversity. And the party appointed me as a permanent representative of a sort, together with Mr. John Mere Sebufu, on the Unity in Diversity Secretariat, to make sure that the party follows every step. Having said that, I want to say one or two words, because I also had an opportunity to have about a 4-hour conversation with the late in the week that he passed on, and together with Councillor Samuel Muyizi, we were scheduled to meet him the day he died. And I have a clear understanding of his ideals and principles. And from his life, I thank Mama here. She has summarized takeaways for this conference. I noted them, about 12 of them. The one question we need to ask ourselves as a young people is where we shall go, how far we shall go with the politics devoid of ideals. Because today when we speak about words like federalism, most of our young people in politics do not understand either, or they are divorced from the idea of federalism, or they have bought the NRM propaganda regarding that topic that has been preached since 1986. So we might be having a generation of young leaders who are running around practicing politics without ideals and personal convictions and beliefs. And I think from the life of Dr. Ssemogerere, who instructed us up to his last minute, because in his sitting room, he called each one of us on a daily basis. We went there, we sat with him, and he used to take us through his beliefs. I think what we can pick from there is to take off time and mentor more of these people. Sometimes we may do it by force. Political parties, and Professor here was speaking about it. We have maybe to do it by force, to mentor our people in political parties by force. Otherwise, what will happen? Dr. Ssemogerere believed that even if we fail to unite against the current occupation, maybe if we sat and subscribe ourselves to the principles of how this country should be in the future, maybe the principles will unite us. Or if by any luck, if one of us, without uniting with the others, is able to capture power in one way or the other, but is anchored within the principles, maybe he will practice them. So his was 3. We either unite now and move together, but if we don't unite by any chance, let all of us subscribe to those principles of where Uganda should be, so that maybe we can live by them. Those principles can bring us together. And if we don't, if any one of us is able to maybe by miraculously get there, he can lead the country in line with those principles. In one of our organizing meetings of this conference, we asked ourselves the question, if by chance President Museveni, of course, he says he's very energetic, he even runs around to show his energy, but by any, because we are human beings, if he collapsed. So we were asking ourselves the question, how is the information relayed? What happens step by step? Who can imagine what happens step by step? Who will receive that information first? Will it be really the Vice President Alupo? Or it will be someone from Kapeka? And if that person who receive the information first, what will he do? Will he organize the national infrastructure for replacing the president and guarding the country? Or he will just assemble generals to capture power in a manner which is like a coup-like manner? And serious investors who want to invest money here ask these questions, by the way. What happens when your president dies? Because they want to see the contingency plan, the succession plan. And you all know here, that question I don't want to ask answers, but I know in your heads, you know that what happens on a step-by-step basis in such circumstances is unknown to all of you. We will all just give up to fate, and fate will rule us anyway and take us wherever it takes us. It's a challenging moment. So if we don't agree to unite, Let the principles unite us. If the principles don't unite us, whoever gets there, let's agree on those principles first, so that when you get there, by any chance you may live by those principles. That's how Dr. Ssemogerere believed. Dr. Ssemogerere, when I was speaking to him one time, I asked him about Dr. Kizza Besigye here. The time they shared in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and his understanding of him. And he told me a very interesting statement. He said he believes NRM collapsed because of the departure of Dr. Besigye and a few others. Yes, these are his words. Because he says Dr. Besigye was ideologically entrenched. He had a reason for everything he was doing. But now what is happening is, if you ask them the map they are following, including us in the opposition, what map are we following? You will find something that doesn't exist all. I don't know. But you all know the answer to that. So, the few of you, Dr. Besigye, Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago, General Muntu, whom Gerard here has represented effectively, and all others who are still around, we have to speak about politics of ideals to our young people. We have to teach them these principles. The principles have been laid out by Council Samuizi. These principles, so that we may all subscribe to them and we'll look up to a new Uganda with these principles. I may not say much, but I want to invite my colleague, my senior, the Honorable Mohammed Mwanga Chivumbi, to deliver a message on behalf of himself, of course, because he is very known to the late, but also on behalf of his colleagues, members of Parliament, of the National Unity Platform, and the party at large. Thank you very much.
Your Grace, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me tender my apology. I had a meeting early morning that ended at midday, but for all intent and purposes, I had made a commitment to Mr. Kaloli that I'll make time for this conference. Unfortunately, I also have a regional conference on economics as a panel discussant at Munyonyo, starting at 2. But I had assured Mr. Kaloli that I will ensure that I will be here. I had a long discussion with the president of National Unity Platform before I met Dr. Kizza Besigye on Saturday. And he told me he was going to meet Dr. Kizza Besigye late in the night. One of the things we conversed and talked about was this topic and this conference. We will do everything possible from our corner to ensure that the National Unity Platform comes on board on this platform. And I think Mr. Kyagulanyi is 100% committed to this endeavor. So there shouldn't be any question as to whether he's fully aware of what is going on in the country and the limitation. The other day I had a discussion with Mr. Lukwago, the road mayor. I told him about the limitation of boundaries. And I told him, you know, there's nothing much left for us to do other than to lend our effort to all endeavors aimed at forging national unity. And actually, even the president of Uganda, President Museveni, much needs this unity than any of us, because he's completely also captured. He actually needs it much more. From where I sit from and I see the figures, I've been a shadow minister of finance for 2 years. I've been in the budget committee now for 7 years. I know how difficult it is for him to now manage this economy the way he manages it. Because everything he procures, and he no longer has the money to procure everything. So he needs this unity much more. But this is what, in our view, that it will take. Dr. Ssemogerere used to tell us about the triangle. And I keep talking about that apex. Is it a triangle of the 3 corners? Yes, it is a triangle. It's a triangle. He would always divide politics into a triangle and tell us there is the top apex.
And Dr. Kizza Besigye one day told me that top apex is very subversive. It includes me and these other people who stand for elections. We've got to find a formula on how we sort out that group. Because you always sabotage, because of peculiar personal interest, noble causes that affect a country. If I want to be an MP for Butambala, I can sabotage the whole unity of a cause because I've not been given a place to be an MP. Or if I want to be a president, for some reason, the whole thing is about whether I can make it to be a president. What else does not matter? So if I want to be a road mayor, if FDC told the road mayor that for the good of the country, you will not be the road mayor, most likely, I'm not saying him, he will say this FDC here has issues. Therefore, the first thing to sort out is how to address that challenge. If we don't address it and insulate it, then all our effort will fail. I was closely associated with TDA. I used to sit at the summit representing Parliament. I went to Mecca that very year. There's a place for us Muslims. When you go to Arafah, I was with some other people. It was the day the TDA was deciding. I was in Arafah. I prayed to God, say, can I go back to Uganda when we have national unity and we have a single presidential candidate? With hindsight, I disagreed with Dr. Kizza Besigye. But what has followed, he was very right. Had we gone with the way some others wanted, we would have been in big trouble. Therefore, my call to all actors, especially the elite, is to insulate ourselves from our personal ambitions. And then put forward the national cause. And these days I hear Dr. Kizza Besigye, and it's good music to hear, to say, okay, I no longer want to be a president. Can we now hear all these other fellows who want to be presidents say, we don't want to be presidents, we want to sort out Uganda. Including my president. We must enter a room when everybody, without that, all these efforts will fail. We must enter a conference room like this one. Whoever wants to be a president to say, unless they choose me. Is that achievable? Can we all pack our ambitions, those of you who want to be members of parliament, to say, unless they choose me to propel I don't want to be an MP. Unless they say, road mayor, they choose you to be the road mayor, I don't want to be a road mayor. That's a beginning. If we get a solution to that, I can assure you the next day we shall have unity in diversity. For me, and I love Catholics. Not that His Grace is here. The way they go around leadership, they all wait for the smoke. They all wait for the what? And they don't leave that place, I'm told, until that smoke has what? Come out. Is it a white what? The white smoke. Until that white, is it for the Pope? I'm very careful when I go into those lanes. So can we all say, well, let's wait for that smoke, for that white smoke. But all the cardinals, I'm told, who enter that room qualify. And you will never hear anything that has happened in that room. You only, for us, the laity, is it the laity? You only see the smoke, white smoke, and say, Roma Rukuta, Kauzia, Kauza. Is it? That's what they say. Roma has spoken, the cause is. So until we follow that principle, even in normal circumstances, the reason why my religion has issue as issues is how we go on about electing muftis. Sujuyi, Simanya conferences, Simanya delegates from where they are given money, blah, blah, blah. Even all political parties today that go for that election, under these circumstances, they will get problems. What has befallen the FDC is when they go for election, that party is no more. When DP tried the election, that party is no more. Today, if National Unity Platform also pretended to have an election, it may get issues. So for me, that is cardinal. Even in national, is it anti? If today they say we are now going to elect and it will not be General Muntu, you may get issues. Therefore, my call is that that's all the only thing I want to emphasize, is that how is this behavior and psychology of our political elite? Can we cure it? So Archbishop, if you have any prayers to give, is to pray for these elites. These are the biggest problem. Not the wananchi, not the support base. The enemy of national unity are political elites. They are the ones who are keeping us in this captivity. It's not the wananchi. The wananchi are very good. You tell them today it is Dr. Ssemogerere, they will follow. You tell them it's Dr. Kizza Besigye, they will follow. You tell them it is now Kyagulanyi, this gentleman will die for the cause. But the saboteurs, it is you and me. And that's all my prayer. Those of you who have a nice prayer and God can listen to you, just pray for these elites in these conferences all. Then we shall have unity in diversity. Then also the last thing I want to say is the greatness of an idea that can't die. A noble idea will always last a lifetime of an individual. And now pursuing the vision of Dr. Ssemogerere lives true to the nation. If you espouse a right idea, long after you are gone, that idea will go through. So it was true on Jesus Christ. From my religion, he preached for only 3 years, and he died. Even in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam from my religion, he got the message at 40 what? 40. By the age of 60, he was dead. He only served 20 years in prophethood. And they have brought all these other things we all worship. So therefore, let people think that if you have an idea, you yourself, you have to see it through. No. Share it with others, it will be through even when you've died. And I think by honoring this, this unity and diversity, we are leaving a testimony to Dr. Ssemogerere that truly he's gone, but the ideas he espoused are with us, and we shall struggle to ensure they go through. Let me also once again, as a senior elder in the National Unity Platform, commit that we shall pull NOP to come to this front, even if it is hesitant. But I also want to hear other political parties make the same commitment, that even if the leadership is a bit hesitant, we should pull them to this hall. We must leave our comfort zone. So many people fear, you know, if I told the truth to a party president, he won't give me, so what? If I'm not an MP, Gerard, are you an MP? So let people out to live these small things. MP, honorable, sujui what, sujui. Which kind of honorable are you? We are the most harassed people because of bad governance. The other day I was telling somebody, I receive 150 calls every day. 143 to 45 of them all demand money. So what kind of honorable am I? 150, 140, 340, we all demand what? Money. Which money I don't have. So why don't you all combine and work together? I thank you very much. And I beg your indulgence. It's not my habit, it's not my ways of behavior. After this, I beg you your grace to allow me catch up with the conference in Munyonyo. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwanga Kivumbi. Before I invite His Worship, the Lord Mayor, let me pass on this message. Unity and diversity, the legacy and the contribution of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. I take the opportunity to thank and congratulate the organizers of this workshop to celebrate the legacy and the contribution of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. The name and legacy of Dr. PK are alive, and therefore it is not an accident that in speaking about him, many speakers do not refer to him as the late. I also congratulate the platform of unity and diversity for keeping the spirit of UID alive, even when Dr. Ssemogerere is not physically with us. Thank you, Mama Jemina Ssemogerere and my brother Kalori, for the strong messages. In carrying out forward the legacy of Honorable Ssemogerere, we should strive to unite, not to just with our own selves, but with the people we may not be in total agreement with, hence unity and diversity. Like Ben Chwanuka fished Mr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere from his work station in Kabarore, Honorable Ssemogerere also fished me from Busia and brought me to the DP headquarters and groomed me to eventually become the National Organizing Secretary of DP. And he also introduced me to his home as a political charge. I always cherish my association with Dr. Ssemogerere's family. We have a duty collectively to promote genuine unity and diversity. Hasubi Deogracias Njoki, Addis Ababa. They are watching. Thank you very much, Mr. Deogracias Njoki, for this message. Members, allow me right now to invite the Lord Mayor of Kampala and also a child of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere to give his remarks on this day. You are most welcome, Your Worship.
May it please Your Grace, the Archbishop, Ssemogerere, Mama Jamina, and the entire family, my senior brother, Dr. Kizza Besigye, and all the political leaders here. Allow me to recognize the protocol in the interest of time. All I should have said here, I think, has been canvassed by those who have spoken before me. But you'll permit me, in my few remarks, the major thrust will be about the challenge put on table by Mama Jamina. I think that is the guiding principle. You see, in litigation, those with a legal mind, issues are framed. I think the fundamental issue to be addressed here is what has been presented here by Mama Jamina here. How do we make Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere legacy active beyond boardroom, conferences, memorial lectures? How do we make it active? To me, that is quite instructive. Actually, it is the thrust of the matter. How do we make it active rather than converging every after a year to reminisce on what he did? And you'll allow me focus on that. But before I do, I think it will be very unfair as a son to the late if I didn't highlight just a few attributes, just for record purposes. Of course, this is what we have said before. Even at the time we are paying homage to him at his death. But I think it is deserving to recognize him as a statesman par excellence amongst his contemporaries. It's quite important to recognize him. If we had a system of doing so, his name would be on the wall of fame. I don't know whether we have one in Uganda or whether we shall ever have one, but on the wall of fame, he should be there Unfortunately, we don't have it. 2, he's been a political patriarch, a mentor for many, including myself. Many of you of my age mate, especially who are here, you are a testimony to that fact that Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere mentored all of us. And we owe most of what we are today and what we are doing to him. May the good Lord reward him abundantly. 3, he was a jurist. You see, that word has been misconstrued by many. When you talk about a jurist, what comes into your mind is a judge, a person who is a sage of law, a person who is... No. You don't need to be a lawyer to be a jurist. Go into the deep understanding here of the word jurist. I think my brothers, John Kawanga here and J.B. Kakoza, will bear testimony to this. A person who is well-grounded on jurisprudence, on matters of jurisprudence, not law, but jurisprudence, the science of law. When it came to science of law, you would be amazed to find Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere had vast knowledge of all the philosophies and concepts you have ever studied in the law school. Well-grounded. So to me, he was a jurist. 4, he was a vanguard of rule of law. That goes without saying. Rule of law, constitutionalism, good governance, and social justice. I don't need to elaborate that. You know all his efforts in that particular regard. He was a nationalist. He loved both the Kingdom of Buganda. He revered, respected His Majesty the Kabaka of Buganda and all other traditional institutions. But again, he loved the country, Uganda. He struck that delicate balance. Those of you who are older than myself, you know what happened in the 60s. But he did his best during his time to draw a curtain on that awful history. I speak emotively about that issue because I come from a KY background. My father was a staunch KY. Yes. My late father was a staunch KY. And as a small kid, I used to see what happened. And I read a lot about, and it's just the oral stories which are told to us. It was quite ugly. But Dr. Ssemogerere did his best to draw a curtain onto that kind of courtesy of all his efforts. He was a man of God. No doubt about that. This is number 6. You know, he's one person who would put everything aside when it came to God. Little wonder he's mocked by his adversaries that when his victory was robbed, instead of going to court, to the bush, he went to Rubaga Cathedral. That's what they are saying. He looked left, right, behind, and said, the direction is Rubaga Cathedral, because he believed in God. And that was his life up to the last moment. And I think he lived up to the command in Hebrew chapter 12, verse 28. Love God and serve him with a reverent fear. This is what it says, that verse chapter 12 in Hebrews. Therefore, since we are receiving a kingdom that cannot be shaken, let us be thankful and so worship God acceptably, pleasingly, with reverence, fear, and awe. That was his principle when it came to respect to his God. He was a diplomat who abhorred violence and anarchy. He was an encyclopedia. If you talk to him, those of us who had the opportunity, every time you visited him, before you even talk about the subject that has brought you, he will take you through the history of this country, not only Uganda, experiences worldwide. You'll be shocked even at a very late age. He will tell you the latest that was on BBC. He would tell you that the BBC this morning said the ABCD. And the history, he would relate it to you as if he had it on his fingertips. So his memory was so digital. When we buried him, actually what crossed his mind, my mind, was that we are burying an encyclopedia, a wealth of information and experience. He was a resilient leader. He weathered all kinds of storms. From the time I cut my political teeth, associating with Dr. Ssemogerere, I want to walk his life, the kind of storms he had to go through. I wasn't with him in the 60s, of course I was not there. My younger brother here, Kalora, has talked about the detention without trial and all that they went through. In the 80s, again, I wasn't there. But from 1993, 94, 95, 96, even the elections of 96, what he went through, within the party itself, the storm we had to endure. When I look at my brother here, J.B. Kakoza here, oh my God, the sleepless nights we had, even with internal wrangles within the party. As early as 1996, 97, day after he lost the elections, the kind of challenge, to the extent that he even faced a coup in 1999. And to reverse that coup and how he restrained most of us, things we wanted to do as youth. It's really amazing. Or we went through the process management committee up to the time of registration of the party and so on and so forth. Oh my God. And subsequently, what we had to go through, those of you who know that background. Recently, I was telling my brother, Dr. Chizabesija, and the team, again encountering the same or similar challenges in FDC. I said, is this the kind of life I'm going to live all my life? Yeah, I'm really fatigued. He said, I'm really fatigued. And when I speak about fatigue, J.B. Kawanga here knows. J.B. Kakoza knows very well what we went through. But he was such a resilient leader who weathered all kinds of storms with valor, fortitude, and of course tenacity. He was a prolific writer. Every time he wanted to he had an idea, he would put it in writing. If you visited him again and you had a chat with him, you just go upstairs. He comes with a document. These are my ideas. Keep this record. And if you lost it, he would come back and he would tell you, I know you misplaced what I gave you the other time. I'm giving it to you again. He was a good writer, a person who loved keeping records. Record. So everything. He had his computer, his printer, everything. He would say, let me print this for you. Let me do this for you. Let me do ABCD for you. I'm saying this so that we pick lessons from him. Those are some of the attributes I wanted to highlight. But going forward, as I conclude on what we need to do, of course, he was an embodiment of so many values. Humility, love, tolerance, of those values you would treasure in life. In a nutshell, he lived an accomplished life. He's a role model. He's one person you'd love to emulate. May his soul rest in eternal peace. So finally, in the few minutes I'm left with, what do we need to do to immortalize his legacy? The key word is immortalizing his legacy. The challenge cast on us by Dr. Ssemogerere here. How do we make his legacy last long, and how do we make it active? Not to talk about it. I think that's a new idea. It's an innovative idea, and I must commend you, Mama. Thank you very much. It's a novel idea. People always talk about memorial lectures. People always talk about getting, I thought you'd just ask me, can you get a road in Ikolora? Because all the roads in Ikolora are named after whites. Prince Charles, there is Prince Charles Drive, and he's no longer Prince. He's now a king. I don't know whether we are going to change it to King Charles. You'd find what, I think it's on Lucky Bua. But now, the challenge to us, all of you, I may not have an exhaustive list. Let's scratch our heads. Let's ask ourselves, how do we turn his legacy into action? How do we immortalize it? Some of the ideas I have, number one, like I said, he was a vanguard of rule of land constitutionalism. He participated very much into public interest litigation. If there is anyone who symbolizes, who evinces, anyone who is the face of public interest litigation, to me it is Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. He's the face of public interest litigation. Litigation on matters to do with the rule of law, constitutionalism, good governance, respect for human dignity. So what we can do, number one, going forward, in that, but actually you can hardly go through litigation without, in these areas without making reference to many of the precedents he set. And even students who are in law school and what, they all study about Ssemogerere, this. Dr. Kabumba and the team, why don't we get a compendium, first and foremost, of all the cases of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, a treatise of sorts, that now this is it, so that you don't need to scratch around. If you want a compendium of all the cases on constitutionalism and rule of law, Dr. Ssemogerere has, because he has mentioned this principle of amendment by infection. It was a novel principle in our constitutional jurisprudence, a novel one. Because before that, the question would come, how has this article been amended? Because the idea was, the question was, a particular provision of the Constitution had not been touched. And the Attorney General and the team were defending. They would say, for us, we have not amended that particular article. But those other legislations they have made have wished away the spirit of that particular provision. Then when we were in the boardroom debating, of course I was so junior to the Kawangas, the JB Kakoza, the Sempebwas, the Rures and whatnot. But in the boardroom, Dr. Ssemogerere would discuss as a lawyer. That's why I said he's a jurist. So we need to have that compendium. All the writings he has made on proportional representation, things to do with, actually even on the formula, on how parties should be financed. Oh, there is that good book. He gave it to me 3 times. Go and read this book on financing political parties. It's a very interesting one. And in all these writings, can't we have one compendium of those writings of Dr. Ssemogerere and all the cases in one piece? That is number 1. 2, I think he deserves a honorary degree of law. I think so, because just one minute. I don't know why. I think he should be accorded that. I don't know how this can be explored by Makerere University Law School, a honorary degree of law. I know he was a doctor of political science by some university in the US, but here posthumously, he should be accorded this for whatever he did in enriching our jurisprudence. 3, we need to, the current crop of political leadership, this is a message to you. This is one thing you should pick from Dr. Paul Ssemogerere. Mentorship. Mentorship. Dr. Paul Ssemogerere mentored many of us. He mentored many of us. Though it's not my role, allow me pause a bit to welcome the Katikkiro of Uganda Emeritus, Owekitiibwa J.B. Walusimbi. You are most welcome, Sebo Owekitiibwa. I'm just concluding. Mentorship. Are we together? Yes. But nange bwe njogera ku mentorship. Personally, I am proud of that kind of life I have lived. Personally, I feel it's really rewarding that I've gone through his hands all my life since school days when I was still at the university. And there are lots of things that I sit back, reflect on and say, hey, had I not gotten this kind of training or tips from Dr. Paul Ssemogerere, including being over litigious when I go to on public interest litigation. It's not that I picked it from the law school, no. It's the experience I had to go through. But politicians of these days, but it's dangerous. That politics is dangerous. Sagala kumanya. That politics sagala kumanya. That politics temutubulira mwaitako. That is dangerous. I'm requesting you. I am requesting you kindly. Sit back, listen. You'll pick 1, 2 things. There is quite a lot we learned from Dr. Paul Ssemogerere. Otherwise, we shall get a crop of political leaders who have no vision, who have no destiny in mind, who have nothing, who have no track record. It's dangerous. So I'm underlining that. As I conclude that particular point, just as a way of example, over the weekend, I think it was Honorable Kyagulanyi, he visited Dr. Kizza Besigye over the weekend. And when you look at the picture, it was deep in the night. When you look at the photograph. But after that visit, Honorable Kyagulanyi went onto his social media platform and said, and wrote, he quoted Dr. Kizza Besigye, that education is the experience of, is getting the experience of others without you yourself going through the same experience. It's learning rather, experience. Education rather. Education is learning from the experience of others without you yourself having to go through the same experience. So you learn from the experience of others. And he concluded by saying, I am always happy to drink from your cup of wisdom. That is a hallmark of mentorship. That is mentorship. So that statement, every time we visited Dr. Paul Ssemogerere, it was about drinking from a cup of wisdom. Learn to be mentored. Finally, because it's quite a lot that I would have shared. And this is the most critical for me. How do we immortalize his legacy? How do we make it active? By enforcing the constitutional decisions in all the cases he championed. You see, with the public interest litigation, Dr. Kabumba here will tell you, there is no mechanism for enforcement of court decisions. You know, with these individual cases of land, of dates and what not, they appoint bailiffs. John Kawanga will tell you After winning a judgment, you get a decree, you go back to court for execution. You get bailiffs to go and execute, or by way of eviction or whatever. But with public interest litigation, especially on matters of constitutionalism, these are declaratory in nature. They declare that parties are free. Will you get bailiff to enforce that judgment? So all to operate at their headquarters, which chained political parties, and two, the Movement Act, including Article 70. I think it was Justice Ssemogerere who said Article 74 of the Constitution, in one of the Ssemogerere cases, is dead. President Museveni said, where do you get those powers? To declare a constitutional provision dead, it was Justice Ssemogerere. He said, yes, a particular provision of the Constitution can also be unconstitutional. Said a constitution which was made by Ugandans, a provision which was made by the CA. How can one judge declare it? But they say it is unconstitutional. So is the Movement Act. The Movement Act was also declared unconstitutional. Now, how do we enforce those judgments? We are still conscripted. In one again of those cases, where I participated again with the late J.B. Walusimbi. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, J.B. Walikudembe. I remember it was 21st of March 2003, where Justice Leticia Chikonyogo was the lead judge in the Constitutional Court. Said, the movement, for all intents and purposes, is a political party. It's not a system. It must register itself. Again, John Museveni said, since when? We went to the bush and the movement. We didn't go for as a political party. It was a system. Said, but it's not there. Fact is, the letter of the law is that those particular provisions are dead. But the movement spirit is still alive and it's rife everywhere. We are still conscripted. The electoral laws freed us. They said parties shall exist. And indeed we went and registered. We got our certificate because we had the issues whether it should be given to Dr. Ssemogerere or it should be given to Wenje faction. We ended up giving it to Professor Sempewa at the Constitutional Square where it was handed over. None of the two could be entrusted with it. So we went to it was given to Professor. Now that's a story for another. But the point is, the party got registered. And I've had people here passionately talking about parties. My dear daughter, Babiri Kabanda, DP was registered. Yes, DP may be existing on the statute book and within the records of the Electoral Commission. But in action, it's not there. All the political parties are not functional. In other words, we do not have pluralism. We do not have multi-party democracy. Yet the Constitutional Court said we must have constitutional, we have that political dispensation, multi-party democracy. We have all the laws about free and fair elections, the Constitution and all. I was a shadow attorney general. We tried to amend the laws to make it very clear that to the extent that even when you are going for elections, you should be given serial numbers so that you avoid ballot stuffing. Some of us championed that when I was attorney. They said even the agents should sit with the polling officials, your agents. They should be there to see how they pluck out the ballot paper, who has ticked it, and blah, 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 blah. All that does not work. So, Honorable Mutembule, you have told us that you are going into the committee to amend the laws. We do not need any amendment to the laws. I want to say this on electoral laws. We don't need any amendment now. Dr. Ssemogerere did his best to fight bad laws. What is left for us to carry forward Dr. Ssemogerere's legacy forward is to enforce those judgments. In other words, as I conclude, I'm just winding up, I'm sorry, Archbishop. Just to sum up that particular point, I'm sorry. In In individual cases, the bailiffs are appointed by court. But with the public interest litigation, every citizen is a bailiff. So we are all bailiffs to enforce Dr. Ssemogerere's judgment. And your bailiffs are appointed by Article 3 of the Constitution. Read Article 3, Clause 5 of the Constitution. Every adult Ugandan of sound mind who is above 18 is duty bound to resist, the word resist, any form of unconstitutional tendency. So that's the only way we can make Dr. Ssemogerere's legacy active, by enforcing the judgments of the courts, the cases he championed. And on that note, allow me end there, and I'm sorry for taking a bit of time, but it's because I had to speak in various capacities, as his son, as the Lord Mayor, and also Vice President. If indeed I am still one. I thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you, Your Worship. A round of applause to Honorable Ssemogerere Lukwago, the Lord Mayor of Kampala. Before I invite our elder and our mentor, Dr. Besigye, allow me read this message also, because there are some of our colleagues who are watching, and their messages should be captured. It is an honor to speak about one of the anchors of political freedom, democracy of our time. Many of us would have perished in the 80s were it not for Mzee Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere's guidance. I first met Dr. Ssemogerere as a nephew during the 1980 campaigns in Ibulo, Butambala. He was known to my father from their 1960 days, and he gave me a lapel badge, which I treasured until it was lost in 1995, when my home was invaded, and all political paraphernalia taken by the government agents then. Ours was quite an interesting relationship. I'm more harsh, and he was sincerely devovish. This man here, you know the name. When Sebastian Sebugwawo, who was the deputy national youth leader, was kidnapped in 1984, the young people at the party headquarters desired to confront the Obote regime violently. With John Nyans, Lucien Nagai, Luke Kazinda, and a few others who remain unnamed, we arranged to torch the stair. Somehow Ssemogerere got wind of our plan. We were tactfully invited to his home for a meeting, and all 9 members of the group were detained in courts, as he engaged us in the values of non-violence. He advised us to never utilize violence under the colors of the Democratic Party. He looked at me and said, "You have a long life ahead of you. Never allow your momentary satisfaction to divert you from the principles you believe in. Do not allow your opponent to recruit you into the tactics of his side. You will surely not win." I saw a man who was committed to peacefully confronting the dictatorship. A few days later, he led a parliamentary walkout in protest of the disappearing of party members. There were other moments when this principle could have been shaken, but he remained steadfast. He always explained to me when I confronted him that DP must exhibit what we preach through our actions. He at one time explained to me that being a member of DP is not like wearing a clean suit on Sunday morning. The values of DP must be you, and you in turn are DP. It is not a suit you wear in the morning and taken off in the evening. Fighting for democracy and justice is a lifestyle. These are words I'll never forget. Dr. Paul Ssemogerere left an ineffaceable mark as a fighter for social justice. Kiwanuka Lawrence Nsereko, New York. Thank you very much, Comrade Laurencio, for that message. When our colleagues, you remember those days of walk to work. Dr. Besigye was one of the participants. Then Mao, the other Mao now that time, also participated. Now we joined him. We are taken to Nakasongola. I remember, me and a few other colleagues, and the Honorable Mao then. Then after 2 days, we saw Dr. Besigye coming also. Nakasongola prison. Not Nakasongola district, but prison. Because of walk to work. Dr. Besigye, sometimes some people, we found people talking here to say, but this man is genuine to this struggle, this Besigye man. So many things were happening outside there. But Dr. Besigye has proved that he was and he is still the right man also to fight against the dictatorship in this country. Therefore, allow me, Dr. Besigye. First of all, we are honored. We invited you at the function of Dr. Ssemogerere at 90. You did not hesitate coming. It was on a very short notice. Therefore, allow me humbly invite you. Archbishop, when I talked to him in the morning, he told me he gave us the whole day today. So I know he's still around. So don't mind. He gave us the day today, but we are trying to wind up. Therefore, Dr. Besigye, allow me to invite you to address this conference.
I promised I'll be here the whole day, and I'm still here. Yes, but allow me to listen to Dr. Besigye by giving me a moment. Then I come back to listen to Dr. Besigye, because I don't want to miss whatever has the package that they came with. And I'm sure some of us here would wish to go to have a break, a small break. It's just natural, normal. I'm appealing for everybody who has no guts to do that.
Yeah, we used to say that the king is a request. It was a command. You can also interact, get this opportunity to interact. Kuva ewa Kiso mu NDP nkulaba yambadde bulungi. mukala z'ekibiina ky'abajjajjaffe. Omukulu Kasirye okuva e Masaka muna NUP. Sekamate Patrick, can you please invite our people back and we start? Yes. I want to invite the Honorable Dr. Kizza Besigye when we are settled. Can you please settle? Can you take our seats, colleagues? Dr. Besigye, we are once again humbled to have you in this conference as our mentor, as our elder brother, as our father, as our everything in the struggle to liberate this country. We know you have been at it all. You know where we have been, where we are, and you know where we are supposed to go. Allow me to invite you to address this conference. Thank you very much.
The Most Reverend Paul, the Archbishop of Kampala, Mulangira Wasajja, Mama Jeremina, and the family Paul, all of you very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Katikiro Waffe Yawummula, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it maybe is good to start in a different way by saying that God is good. And all the time. And that's his nature. Clap and he hears the clap. Yes, I think it is fitting over the life of one of our most distinguished citizens to thank the Lord for his life. Because, as has been severally said, he was not a person that you find around every other day. He was a unique person. And I think that's possibly where I will center my own brief remarks, and they had better be because it's coming to 3 in the afternoon, and we've been seated for a fairly long while. Those who are diabetic and have other issues may already be developing problems that I cannot overlook from my professional background. And so my few remarks will be centered about the uniqueness of the late Dr. Paul Ssemogerere. Many things that distinguished him have been mentioned, and especially by Omulodi Salongweria Sirukwago. But for me, and in terms of the relevance of what we are confronted with and trying to deal with in our country, I think the commitment to the pursuit of public good is what, for me, distinguished Dr. Ssemogerere from most other people. We all talk about the common good and desire for the common good, but commitment to pursuing the common good is truly lacking, grossly lacking, absent almost in our country, and especially in that tiny group that Mwanga Kivumbi, was talking about the political elites, the commitment to public good is highly lacking. We pay a lot of lip service to it, but commitment, no. And securing things that serve the public good without doubt need a collective effort. So what we are talking about here, unity in diversity, is a natural sequence of pursuit for a common good. You cannot secure, you cannot achieve the common good, things that constitute the common good, without a collective effort. And what are these things that constitute the common good, you know? Of course, they start with just basic freedoms and rights, you know, that we should all enjoy. Basic freedoms and rights that constitute the common good. You cannot achieve them without the collective effort. Today, you've heard many people who are in the leadership talking about what happens daily in the lives of those who are in leadership. And it's not just political leadership. As we came in the morning, as we were having a small chat with the archbishop here, he was telling me how he is inundated with invitations to all kinds of things, to have meetings with people who are in urgent need to consult him. And when he does, they express their need for help from him for very real and urgent things like medical care, you know, and they say, you know, munafoli aribuvi betaga million mukaga and bamulaga empapula, and if they don't get the 6 million, he's dead. And the archbishop was saying, oh, I sympathize with all this, but where will I get the 6 million shillings from? And that is the experience of nearly everybody. Because if you are sick, you are on your own. There is no common good that looks after our collective health. It's not there. You are sick, you are on your own. You either have those millions or you are dead. Or you are running around to fellow people to help you as a person to regain your health, you know, because we have not focused on the common good. Education, just building of knowledge. It's now like it's a private thing to build knowledge. When we build knowledge, we don't build it for our families, for ourselves. It's a common good. So it should be a collective responsibility to build knowledge in all our children. The one who invents a vaccine will not be your child. But if he invents a vaccine, it is for the common good. But look at education in our country today. You know, unless you are able to fork out millions, you will not get education. Even in primary school, they need millions. Even in kindergarten, it is millions a term. If you are going to get any decent form of a place that will build knowledge in a kid, it's millions, you know? And somebody was talking about what happened in the earlier times. I've been saying this over and over again, that if Mr. Museveni became a child today, he would never get education because his parents would never have been able to educate him in the system that is superintending over. They would never have been able to educate him. He would never have had a degree if he became of need for such a service. He grew up only when there was a better collective effort to provide the common good. You know, and that lack of our focus on the common good indeed is going to, it's also a bit universal, you know, the selfishness, the attention to, you know, your private thing and how you improve yourself to the neglect of the common good is what is destroying the environment. What is causing big challenges today of climate change and so on starts with the absence of attention to the common good. And that is where Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere was different from most of us. He was focused, he was committed, he would give everything to the pursuit of that common good. Now, so, you know, the Lord Mayor was saying, yes, we can immortalize his contribution through the pursuit of enforcement of things that he achieved, especially in the constitutional legal arena, and that we can agitate to do so. And yes, I agree with you that we should indeed try to enforce what is there, to enforce in promotion of the common good, because all those things he was pursuing were common good assets that we should now endeavor to actualize. And as I have said, it's only common sense, it's logical that to pursue those common goods, we must have a collective effort. So unity in our diversity is not just reasonable, it's unavoidable. If we are to achieve the common good, we must simply work together. And the question then is how do we work together, and on what do we work together? And I think those questions will add onto the work of our Secretariat. First of all, I entirely endorse the idea of our Secretariat of unity and diversity, that we confirm it and that we empower it, and that it goes on to promote this idea and becomes part of the active legacy of the late Paul. And one of some of the questions it must immediately engage in and determine is, what is it we pursue in achieving that common good? What is it? In what form? How? How do we do it? And this is possibly where you had, I think, some of us who went to the bush, we still receive a lot of flack for doing so, for having pursued violence. And I truly regret it and apologize for the violent engagements that we went through. But it was a form of engagement. It was the how. We were trying to answer the how. Because when you are going to fight, you unite to fight. So fighting was the mission after uniting. Say, let's get together and fight this. And that time we thought we could fight with guns and disempower those who had caused us trouble using guns. That we could defeat them and re-establish that common good that had been forcefully denied by the holders of guns. So it was one way of answering what do we do once we get together, unity in diversity, what do we do? That time we said, let's pick up guns and fight. And we did. And you know, we have indeed demonstrated that it does not provide a solution, because those who are victorious by the guns become the new problem. So that is now answered. It's now answered, you know, and I have been a victim of that in equal measure. When I fled Uganda in 1981, I was fleeing from gunmen, and I was victorious in entering Kampala in 1986 in January with the guns now that had chased me. A short while later, I was crossing the same borders, running away from the same guns that that I had arrived with only a short while earlier. So yes, guns, I would like to confirm and to persuade those who still would like to pursue that route, that it should not be our mission once we unite in diversity. But we must define our mission. How do we reclaim the common good, that we can live in a country that respects rights of all citizens, that we have freedom, that we have equal opportunities, that we have, you know, access to decent health, all of us, and things that are common to our needs in life. How do we reclaim that? And I would like to suggest to you, and sit down, I'd like to suggest to you that unfortunately, I think we still have to fight. Yes. Because, you see, the violent will not, to my understanding, willfully end their violence. They will not. We can, logic dictates that they shouldn't be doing what they are doing, but they will not listen. They will not listen, pay attention to logic. We have realized that indeed fighting ourselves, fighting violently, we perpetuate the violence and the problems. And so fighting violently should not be an avenue available to us. But I'd like to suggest to you that we can fight non-violently, but a fight nonetheless. Yes. And this is why I find the desire to have peaceful change, peaceful transition, and so on. It's ideal, but it's not available as far as I'm concerned. Because the ones we want to vacate, the hold on to who are denying the public goods are violent. So even when you are peaceful, they will be violent against you. And so the real struggle to end their violence cannot be violence free, because they will continue attacking you even when you are not violent. They kill priests, they kill, bishops and archbishops, and who are the most peaceful, We have had the most peaceful people here killed. So it will not be entirely peaceful, but we do not need to engage violence to end their violence. So what do we need to do then? It is to resist violence organize to resist the violence, active resistance of the violence. And that is what we are already schooled in. We don't need new lessons on it. It was a non-violent struggle that ended the British rule in a large measure. You know, people here who organized not to cooperate with the British, took away the power of the British, who organized to boycott commerce and trade and so on, disempowered those who were violent. And we have seen how non-cooperation campaigns can disempower the most vicious of those who hold power by just not cooperating and being organized enough to make the cooperation difficult. But if we still think that we will unite and challenge this violent hold on power using the means prescribed by those violent, I think we will be doing ourselves a disservice. And here I'm talking about going into electoral processes that have been organized, orchestrated by those who have no intention at all of relinquishing power. We have been there many times. And a lot of discussion went on even here today of how we can unite and possibly in an election organized, managed, and orchestrated by those who have no intention of relinquishing power, gain the power that they have. My own suggestion to you is that that is not likely to happen. Even if we have one candidate, all of us, just one candidate, if we subject ourselves to their logic, to their system, to their management, the end will be the same. I beg to suggest. And so, yes, even when an election comes, we can, if we are united, we can make it almost impossible. In fact, we can say that we are not going to allow another rigged election to take place in our country. And people, once they are organized, because you need them to do all the many things they need to do for an election to happen. If people wanted to refuse an election happening and they are organized, they can refuse it happening without going to the streets, without going to anywhere, but they can stop an election from happening if we are organized. So my own sense is, yes, it's absolutely necessary, urgent in fact, that we unite, that we have a conversation. I'm just talking very quickly because indeed I talked about time, that we have a conversation about the what we do to reclaim the common good in our country. And once I believe that that happens, especially once we realize our power, once we are united, that we can move mountains together, nothing will stop the regaining of the common good in our country. I thank you, and I continue to pray that the Lord keeps our political mentor in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Ssemogerere. Another round of applause to Dr. Ssemogerere. Thank you, retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. Allow me first of all to recognize the presence once again of Oweekitiibwa John Baptist Walusimbi, former Katikkiro, Ssemusanyuse nnyo okulaba once again. Oweekitiibwa Bwenvu, Charles Bwenvu, Bange sebo tusanyuse nnyo okulaba Oweekitiibwa Israel Mayengo sebo tusanyuse okulaba ne maama Mayengo naye namulabyeko wano wali tusanyuse okulaba mukadde Dr. Kasozi Charles yali Dr. Ssemogerere yali omusawo we wamanga Dr. Kasozi tusanyuse okulaba. Thank you. Mr. Vincent Mayanja, former chairman of DP Kampala. Yes, I think he's a former chairman. I'm not sure, but I think he was a former chairman. Thank you very much. Like we said, that the Archbishop gave us some more minutes. Now we want to give an opportunity to 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies from the audience to make a 2-minute submission. If you think you have something, now this is the time. But one of the ladies should be Edith Byanyima. That one I can pick now, because I know I should pick her, and she has to get prepared for that submission. Another microphone. Then I'm remaining with one lady. Yes, Edith.
His Grace the Archbishop, Mama Jemima, and the Ssemogerere family, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I don't have to say much, really. I don't think this is my day, but I want to thank everyone for coming here and for honoring and remembering someone we used to call PK, Uncle PK. He was a special man, like you have heard, and he always wore green. Maybe that is why, maybe that is what I can ask, that next time you all come with your green ties and your green dresses, because it cannot be Democratic Party without green. Democratic Party, oye?
Oye.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Edith Byanyima, for that very brief message. Another lady has come out, to a very young lady, and active lady.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Namirembe Angela. I am a daughter to Mr. Chiwanuka Lawrence Nsereko, exiled in New York. I am a member of the Democratic Party. I am Auntie Norbert Mao. Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, most especially the organizers, for such a wonderful event. I am glad to be part of this event. However, my question is very simple. What about the young people? We are here because some of us were able to meet the late Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. He was so hospitable, regardless of who we were. We were so young, but just like the Lord Mayor said, he would give documents to everyone. He as well gave me a document entailing issues to do with politics. He sat me down and said a lot to do with politics. As young as I was, I believe, if I am not mistaken, by then I was 21 and currently I am 25. So when we are trying to think about what to do, let us also put into consideration the young people. The Lord Mayor was trained by the late Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. The Mr. Sebufuza here. Most of the people here, I look at them or I consider them to be my uncles and aunties. What about us? I was trained by the likes of Kenneth Pokakande. But the question is, who am I going to train if I am not trained the more? That is my issue. That is my concern. Thank you so much. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Omwana Wafe. Kale finally ku bakyala mukyala Lwima.
Thank you so much, MC, Your Grace, Mama Ssemogerere, Omulangira Wasajja, Dr. Kizza Besigye, Mwanyinaze, ate Kawanga. Protocol observed, or a time. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Betty Ethel Nalwima. I'm the woman MP Wakiso, and also Dr. Kasoze. So I have so many elders in politics, and because the time I was so active in UID, it was the time Dr. Ssemogerere was our patron, and I got to know a lot. The Mwangas and these Lord Mayors, they were a little older than us, for us who came in later, the Sabufus, but we could keenly follow them. And we are glad to have also drunk some knowledge from his cup. But many times, even up to Parliament, I keep talking about this, that even when we entered Parliament, my first motion of local governments that I presented, that was about the need to see that we decentralize and forego the ongoing recentralization. Dr. Semo called me and he said, that was very good of you, my girl, but we need to work harder. Even the time when I was at Wakiso deputizing Dr. Matia, he could tell us, please come for the 4 hours. There is another bit of 4 hours. I know those of you who heard about it. Then it's great that when he really talked about unity in diversity, many of us are seated here, but it gives us an additional assignment. When we leave this hall today, and as we keep on remembering our Papa, are we really going to fulfill that which is going to bring Ugandans, put a smile on their, which is going to put a smile on their face? So once again, a lot has been talked and we are time bad, but as we keep remembering our father in politics, let it be an assignment to all of us, not only the young generation, but even us who at this time, who took time with him to really practice that which he taught us. It took a lot of time on all of us, but let's now practice more. Otherwise, we shall keep remembering him. Good enough, we still have the likes of Mzee Sewanyana, we have JB and Mzee Wechiti Walusimbi. Let's utilize this time, but as we know, that is also another moment for us. If it's a lily, other people are following behind us. What shall we leave? What will they talk about? Thank you.
Thank you, Nayo Betty Ethel Nalwima. Abami, abakyala baweddeyo. Kali abami kamwedde ikemwemu kubanga njala mbebana. 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC.
No protocol.
Your Grace, and all protocol observed, I'm Kasiri Joseph from Masaka. My take going forward is we should use this occasion to build an elite consensus. The problem of this country has been the elite. That is the first class of people we need to work on. We who are seated here. And the UID Secretariat should ensure that we have all forms of the elite so that we embark on the project Uganda. The second segment are the religious people. There is a lot of bad message going on in those mosques, in those churches. When you listen keenly, actually they are enslaving our people. They are enslaving Ugandans with that message. It is one route that we need to address, and increasingly our people, as we talk now, the space, the democratic space, the civic space is shrinking each single day. We need to emancipate our people in terms of creating civic space. But the problem of the elite must be addressed, and the religious, irrespective of the denomination.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Pade from Netherlands, 1 minute.
Thanks so much. I would like to thank the organizers and all the protocol observed. I've got information that most people in our branches from the diaspora are watching. And I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting that for the first time we've been considered
usually, and we are going to see to it that we organize all the branches in diaspora to participate in this cause. So one thing that has been talked about, and most people are not talking about, is that Dr. Kawanga Ssemogerere was a forgiver. He forgave each and every one that wronged him and worked with them. So as politicians and all leaders, we should consider this. Because now, as you see now, temperatures are so high all over the sectors of politics, but we should forgive each other and try to work hard as the only way we can achieve from this meeting. Thanks so much. Thank you very much. Pade, no member
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Richams Dixon Nyondo, NEC member representing Greater Masakati, the Democratic Party. I wish to, protocol observed, but I wish to thank Mom, the family, His Grace, and all the elders here. Unity in diversity, for me, I get it in my mind as let's agree to disagree. But in most cases, there are 3 diseases we have in our political life. One of them is arrogance. A number of politicians act arrogantly. Amalala. They come here, they talk a lot, they pretend. That is also another disease. Pretense is a bad disease. We have organized a number of conferences to reach a coalition for this country so that we dislodge the dictatorship, but we end up, because we are arrogant, there are egos. In leadership, when you are chosen to be a leader, you are only the first among all people who are equal. This time, I wish to thank some of you who have presented here, more especially the Lord Mayor, my senior brother from Wudu. What you have presented today has shown me that you are now another person. By the way, in politics, if you go like that, I'm not saying you have not been doing good things. You have been doing them, but now you are at another level according to what you are presented here. And if we go by that, this country would have reformed. So we should fight. This goes to the members of parliament and the elected people. When people are elected from their parties, they end up, when they stand on the party ticket, they end up saying, I'm a member of the Democratic Party of NOP, of FDC, in name. They cannot listen to the leadership of their parties. They don't respect their party constitutions. Kakati amalala ago tegaina jegagenda tutwala ne wetunatula wano ne tuogera ne tukeso obudde ne tuddamu ne tufuluma. I'm saying that you are taking us somewhere that we should use Dr. Paul Ssemogerere's legacy to rebuild and dislodge dictatorship from this country. But we must avoid the egos, the pretense, the arrogance, and so on and so forth. And we should also fight what my sister Nalwima was talking about, the 3 R's. We should recruit, refine people, and retain them. Without that, we are going nowhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member of NEC, DP. 1 minute, then Dr. Kasoza, and wind up.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name is Mirembe Joel. I'm a medical doctor, and I'm a member of the National Unity Platform. I won't repeat anything, but I want to make suggestions. This is a Unity in Diversity platform. I want to request all of us not to make it a fighting field for our political parties. My sister here was saying we should come in green. No, I would have come in red and all other things. This is a unity in diversity. We should start with action. Embrace everyone who is confessing in action, and the confession that is for that Uganda that we are dreaming of. Then to the Secretariat. should be deliberately, because I saw most of the people who are part of the secretariat are lawyers. And I think it should be an inclusive secretariat from the word go. It should also probably bring in elements of the informal sector, such that everyone is included. Of course, carefully selected and nominated responsible citizens. So it should cut across. Then, I'm a senior in the profession and in the political arena. Personally, I was following politics as a young boy at around 12 years, because that's when I started renting as a young boy. And I was renting because I was looking for a good school that could give me grades to become what I wanted to be. Around, there was no school. So I was not very active in politics, but I was following. Of course, I became leaders, head boy, and all other things. And I've also contested in an election. So the dishonest and the issues are not only with the elites, because anyway, the MPs, you only need a senior 6 to contest. And actually, the truth is that in this country, most of the MPs don't have degrees. You get? Those are very big. They have 529 MPs. And they are there to decide for us. I don't know whether they are deciding for us or for themselves. So it is not about only what you call the political elites. It is from the grassroots. The dishonest is from the grassroots. So we should address it holistically at all levels. We mobilize, train, and continue the message. But if we focus on the elites, as I have had conversation with colleagues, they say that you elites are the problems. Yes, in just 30 seconds. No, all of us are a problem. Until when we agree to that and we start to honestly discuss these issues, then implement our discussions, we shall get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joel Mirembe. Finally, Dr. Kasozi here. 1 minute.
I have 2 things to mention here. One, when I was a small boy in 1980, I saw Dr. Ssemogerere coming to Masaka to campaign. In Masaka, we lived in Mutuba Gardens. And Mutuba Gardens is close to Katwe, Liberation Square. So I think it was in a period, I think it was 504. And my father told me that one is going to be the president of Uganda, is going to win in 1980. So he won the election in 1980. Even 1996, because that day I had participated in the campaign, he won, but the elections were stolen. So if you start with Dr. Ssemogerere, in his private time, as I used to sit with him, he mentioned the following. Museveni was a dictator, he's a murderer, he's a killer. You not mention this on the rally. A dictator, a murderer, a killer, a man who can never promote any democracy. His regime was authoritarian and military regime. So there was no difference clearly between Museveni and Lakwena. He never had any difference between him and Kony, Juma Oris, and the rest of the rebels in this country. It should be described. Though he is a president, he is a registered terrorist of this country. And through terrorism, he got the power. But we forget to describe this. And people give him a what? A credit. So the thing is, let us understand, you shall not do, because we are Democrats, but you are fighting with a killer, a murderer, and a serious criminal, and you never describe this. Let us describe this from the country, all over the world. Museveni, we don't need even too much time. Just a few minutes, this man will be kicked out like Garanga and the rest of the kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kasozi. You have been time conscious. Thank you very much. Now we are going to the last part of the function. We are going to launch this legacy And before we get there, allow me to invite Dr. Reverend Dan Kajumba to invite Omulangira to address us. Immediately after there, I'll invite Anne Namakula to lead us into the launch, led by the Archbishop, and the Archbishop will be giving the closing remarks later on. Sebo Dr. Reverend Dan Kajumba, kiriza nkuyite ate nawe uyite Omulangira.
Your Grace, I'm delighted to be here, and I like the topic, unity and diversity. As most of you know, I come from Buganda Kingdom, and the essence of our kingdom is very much the essence of the church, which is another institution I represent. We see Christ who stands at the table with his arms outstretched, and he says to all his children, whoever they may be, come, come as you are at the table. And the essence of Ssaabasajja Kabaka of Buganda is that he's a father of all the children. And that's what Mukulu Kawanga Ssemogerere wanted to do and is doing. And let us hope that his legacy will live on forever and ever and ever. He was intentional in what he did. He had a dream, and let us all dare dream. Reminds me of Martin Luther King Jr., who said, I've climbed the mountain top and I've seen the glory of the Lord. And let that hope which he had be the hope that brings the legacy of Ssemogerere to be a reality. He said, maybe one day, and let us dream that even in this country, in Uganda, whatever parties that we represent, maybe one day, or the children of this nation will be able to hold hands together and walk in that Negro spiritual song, free at last, thank God Almighty, we are all free at last. That is the dream that the late had. And may the Lord help us to make this a reality. It is my pleasure to invite none other than Omulangira wa Buganda gwe twenyumirizaamu ennyo, Daudi Kintu Wasajja, to come and address us.
Sebo kitaffe mu Katonda, His Grace Archbishop Paul Ssemogerere, mukadde waffe Maama Jamina Ssemogerere, omukulu Dr. Kiza Besigye, mukwano gwange Kalooli, ab'ebitiibwa Ssebo Katikkiro Yawumula, Lord Mayor, abagenyi baffe mwenna, all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all. It's a great honor and pleasure to be invited to such an important function like this, when we are celebrating the legacy of one of Uganda's greatest statesmen, one of Uganda's finest, and it's an honor to be part of this event. Before I give my remarks, I didn't know that I was going to give any remarks, but because I knew the gentleman we are talking about, you know, I didn't have to dig in deep far to know what to say. My first experience with Dr. Paulo Kawanga Ssemogerere was from a distance. I was a young man, I think, in the 1980s during the elections. And I was monitoring things even at a young age. And I'm sure, and I know that his election was stolen. But I liked the grace and dignity and demeanor in which he held himself even after his election was stolen. So for many years, he was the beacon of hope for Uganda. I remember him and the Catholic Church, Archbishop Nsubuga, at the time, they carried the heavy burden of hope for the country. They carried the aspirations of Uganda at the time. All the distinguished men and women either gone in exile or they were in the bush. So for a long time, Ssemogerere was the lone ranger fighting Obote government. And I was mesmerized by his energy, his the way he handled himself against a dictator. I remember I lived in Rubaga at the same time as well, but they lived in Rubaga, and Rubaga was a ghost city, was a ghost place, ghost neighborhood. But Ssemogerere, out of principle, he said, I'll stay in this neighborhood, I'm not going anywhere. And I remember he didn't have even a gate on his house. Again, by principle, not because he could not afford a gate, but to make a principle, to send a message to Obote that you not intimidate us into exile. So from a very young age, I respected this gentleman. He didn't pump or beat his chest with his achievements, but he was a steady, calm, cool voice of reason in a very troubled country. But I remember even at a young age, as Dr. Kize basically said, I was very impressed by his commitment for the pursuit of the common good. Because here was a civil man talking civility in a very terrible, violent society, but he stayed firm. So I will always remember him for his bravery, his courage during that difficult time. Today, one of the things that touched me most came from Mama Ssemogerere's speech. I think it was a wonderful speech, and please give her a round of applause. One of the things she talked about, which I think has brought us problems in this country since really the advent of colonialism, something she talked about called manipulation. Manipulation is what has brought us problems. The British tried to use it against the kingdom, manipulating the natives against the Kabakaship. They tried to use the divide and rule, again, manipulation. Obote tried to use it against Uganda versus the Kabakaship. Again, manipulation. You are seeing it today in many ways, you know, resurfacing it. Again, manipulation. Manipulating people's religion, tribe, politics. Again, manipulation. I like Lord Mayor's speech, especially when the party said that Dr. Ssemogerere closed the curtain behind the old manipulations against KY, against UPC, and he brought it out very well. It's a very sensitive area, but Ssemogerere, being a statesman, he really put end to that manipulation. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And you'll see that the people who always bring out these manipulations, they are the same. They do manipulate people, and they end up doing the same things, but legacy will treat them harshly for manipulating things. The experts are manipulating, and it has brought this country problems, which Dr. Ssemogerere didn't like the politics of manipulation. He liked the politics of principles. He liked the politics of ideas. And in many ways, as again, everyone has said, it was a politics of unity in diversity. And which these are really the basis of the federal system of government. Dr. Ssemogerere, to me, was the face of civility. He was the face of human dignity. He was the face of peace. He was the face of the spirit of Uganda. He was the face of Ubuntu Bulamu, both as a politician and also as a person. He was a good man. He was a good man, and I'm very proud to have met him. I'm very proud to have known him. But also, he's a respectable man that makes us all feel proud. We are proud as Buganda to have given Uganda a gallant gentleman like that. He's someone who makes Uganda proud. He's someone who makes Africa proud. He's someone who makes the world proud because of his values and what he stands for. To me, there's one yardstick I normally use, and it's very important, and I think maybe you could also take leave. It helps me to propel me forward. And the yardstick I use to myself and how I conduct myself is I always think that Ssaabasajja anaawulira atya. Would Ssaabasajja be proud of this and this I'm doing? Would Ssaabasajja be happy with what I'm doing? It has helped me to propel me to higher levels, to work hard, to stay away from trouble, and not embarrass him. Obutaswaza Ssaabasajja. And I hope so, thank you. And I also request that you use Ssemogerere as your personal yardstick. Whatever you do, in whatever you do, ask yourself, would Ssemogerere be happy with me? What would Ssemogerere think of me? Then you would have done him proud. Thank you. I like what Dr. Kawanga said. Either we are going to unite ourselves, either we're going to stay united, or divided, we will collapse. I think it was Martin Luther who put it best. He said, we must learn to live together as brothers, or we shall perish as fools. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for inviting me. I thank the conveners of the occasion, the event, and on my behalf and Buganda Kingdom, we commit to be part and parcel of the transformation of the concept of keeping Dr. Ssemogerere's legacy alive because of what he stood for, which we live way beyond his life. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Omulangira David Kintu Wasajja. Omukulu mwongereko engalo bannaye tezimala. Thank you so much. Omulangira David. and the team with some members of the family to launch the legacy of Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. Yeah, my sister here can explain just.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Because he was the first American Catholic president and used to admire him a lot. So we have a website, and I recorded some members in the diaspora who are paying us short tribute to him. So the best part about it is not about talking, it's about listening and see how my father was able to connect with so many people. Thank you so much.
Everybody, I would like to thank those who took the time and the effort to put this together. My only contribution to this event is to bring to your attention a major contribution that my brother-in-law, Dr. Ssemogerere, brought to political life, both here in Uganda and elsewhere, including Ghana, South Africa, by looking into a very interesting issue, which is the financing of political parties. And my son, Kizito Sensalo, has prepared a few other remarks about Dr. Ssemogerere's, political life.
Okay, so what I wanted to bring to everyone's attention about my uncle Kawanga Ssemogerere is that not only was Kawanga the son of Uganda, but what he did was to serve the Ugandan people, but he did that first through his faith. We all know he was a very devout Roman Catholic, and due to that, politics was his vehicle to serve the people of Uganda. And what I would like to point out are a couple of things, namely that in a time, we had just received our independence in '62, politics, not just in Uganda, but really, politics in Africa was very much non-violent person, and he didn't want to bring violence
Uganda
into,
He was great in so many different ways. To me, I have the honor of saying that he was a great friend. First and foremost, he was a friend to everybody. There was no stranger in his life. He greeted all and treated all as if they were his best friend. The first time that he and I met, we spent 2 hours talking. As I'm sure you know, it was the formal introduction of me to him as his potential son-in-law. And the fact that he and I spent 2 hours talking about so many things greatly bothered his daughter, who was standing outside the room listening because she couldn't imagine what we were talking about for so long. But we talked about so many things. He was so well read, so well versed in so many different topics. We talked about politics, obviously. We talked about religion. We talked about my background, his background, the future, and where the world was going. He was just such a wonderful person to talk to. And that, to me, is a definition of a great friend. A great friend is someone that you can disagree with, but have long conversations about those things on which you may disagree. I'm not saying that I disagreed with him on much or anything, but that was the type of person he was. He would talk to anyone and listen. He was a great listener before he talked. He took in everything that you had.
I'm called Sister Mary Jacinta Nareiso. I'm very much humbled and privileged to pay tribute to my beloved late uncle, Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, a man of high integrity, full of wisdom, very honest, very peaceful, just, humble, a leader and a man of faith. His good reputation as a peace lover will always be remembered. He was very loving.
In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Friends, I'm so grateful, especially for the family and friends of my late grandfather, Jaja Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, for the efforts that you have made to make sure that now is gone, but you make a living memorial for him. Jaja, I always remember you as a person who loved his faith. First of all, as me, your grandson, Father John Bosco Sekomo, I'm recording this video in the chapel here, just to remember that the centrality of your life around God and around your faith. Secondly, I thank you especially for all the dedication you put in loving your kingdom, loving your culture, and your king. You're always a great example for that.
Hello, my name is Reverend Enoch Chiagamayanja. I'm the Assistant Vicar of All Saints Church in Stratford, Manchester in the UK. I'm also the Deputy Kabaka's representative in the United Kingdom and Republic of Ireland, in charge of Manchester, Bendo Bendo. I take this most privileged honor of paying tribute to my longtime friend, mentor, and the only statesman I knew in Uganda, Honorable Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, whom I call the best president Uganda never had. Whenever I traveled to Uganda, I always looked forward to visiting him at his home in Rubaga for a chat, and as well as drink directly from his bottomless well of wisdom. Dr. Ssemogerere was a symbol of humility. He was that special guest, that special friend that you always count on for support in times of joy and in times of sorrow. I remember him during my wedding, during my baptism ceremonies for my children, and even when I went before the Kabaka of Buganda, okweyanza obwami, Dr. Ssemogerere was behind me. He still stood with me.
Hello, greetings from Washington, D.C. This is Deogracias Kaunde Miti on behalf of DPUSA chapter. We are glad to join you all as we celebrate the life and legacy of our great past leader, Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. His sudden passing was an incurable loss to us all, and as the USA chapter of Uganda's Democratic Party, we are also indebted to the steady leadership, his warm guidance, and the unwavering magnanimity that he accorded us over the years. Actually, many of us in the diaspora were so privileged to have worked directly with him. We worked under his mentorship, as well as under the guidance of his family members, Professor Jeremy Ssemogerere herself, They are awesome children. Our friends Kawanga Ssemogerere and Anna Namakula Sano, who actually both happen to be members of DPUSA. Also, Mrs. Immaculate Nabatanzi Chibuka, and of course the late Paul Ssemogerere. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
My name is Elvis Chintunsonyi, and I want to take this auspicious occasion to appreciate the great team of men and women that has sacrificed their whole without a single stipend to ensure that the life of a great statesman, the Right Honorable Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, may his soul rest in peace, is carried on. I had the opportunity to work with the late Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere at a time when he shared his opinion regarding the notion of proportional representation as a governance system. He had a lot of wisdom regarding the politics of our country, regarding the matters at national level and international level, and he was very generous enough to share with us. The generations before us really benefited from that. Our generation benefited from that, and now this before us is an exhibition that also posterity is really gonna benefit from his wide legacy. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the family for contributing, to appreciate everybody out there who has contributed towards this, to ensure that all the positive punctuation that the great man contributed to our country and politics at large is not buried with him.
Greetings from the beautiful landscapes of Canada. Today, as we gather here to launch this project in honor of a true visionary, let us remember the essence of his character, the depth of his kindness, and the wisdom he imparted. I had the privilege of meeting Dr. Ssemogerere a few years ago when I accompanied my brother Jeff to officially ask for Anna's hand in marriage. He received us with open arms and a joyful heart, and I vividly remember our conversations ranged from work-related, faith, as well as the captivating intricacies of my Japadola and Bunyoro heritage. This really intrigued him, and I realized his love for the beauty of diversity and culture. We also had...
Greetings to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is the Lieutenant Colonel Frank Musisi, a native of Umanji, Sisi Islands in Uganda. I'm currently based at the Piccadilly Arsenal in New Jersey, the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to put a disclaimer here that my views in this video are not the views of the U.S. Army or the United States government. They are my personal views. I pay tribute to a great man, a patriot, a Democrat, a human rights activist, Koja Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. From the time as a little boy when I saw Dr. Ssemogerere stop by my mother's house, Mauricia and Najuma, at Ibugoma, Sesi Islands, during his political campaign in 1980, I was inspired.
To get to meet Anna's dad, and we had a good conversation, just, him telling me more about Anna and Uganda, and also me sharing about Kenya. So to this day, actually, Anna and I talk about how, I got to meet her dad and how we had such a good time together. So, sending this message to the family and to Anna, we love you so much.
The late Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere knew me as a Rotarian. We interacted very closely after the 2016 presidential elections when he needed to review and understand the details and as a person who was directly involved in the elections as an observer, I gave him my view, and his respect for details overwhelmed me. He was a man who was so much interested in the rule of law in this country. He was a political stalwart, a political giant, but with a great sense of humility. His advocacy for the rule of law and his consistent zeal for peace and peaceful reconciliation within his political party, the nation at large, will forever live.
On this day, when we are celebrating our father, our mentor, a pillar. So, thank you, you bridged the gap between me and Dr. Ssemogerere. We became so close during our days at Makerere in the Uganda Younger Democrats, where we served. You met us so well, you visit us, we pay.
Wekitiibwa John Kawanga, Mzeeyi Bazira Ssewanyana, bakazinizi mwenna mujje wano ne Kalooli nga wegasse ku maama ajja kusigala waali tuleme mutawaanya. I launched this website officially. Then after that, we are going to invite the political leaders to launch Unity and Diversity. Then Archbishop gives us his closing remarks. And Chalana Makula, come here and guide the family on how they should do it. Our family,
I have heard that Edith is part of the family also. You should come. Ours is simple to launch, and we ask God to bless this very important. What are we launching now?
The website.
No, but
the website.
But people can't see it. Yeah, I want people to see what we are launching. This website, we are representing many other extended family members in honor of our dear, beloved, the late Dr. Ssemogerere. We pray that this website will be able to help us to continue reaching, and that he continues to inspire us in our lives. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
Tuyanza nnyo, thank you very much. Our family, Honorable John Kawanga, 1 minute.
Kulwa family, twebaza okujja ku mukolo guno. We thank you for joining us in this launch and for all the contributions and the statements that we made at this function. May God bless the late Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere.
Thank you very much. Now invite Dr. Besigye to lead the political team to launch Unity and Diversity Project, and the convener, Lord Mayor, all our people, honorable members of Parliament, and all those persons that we are given an opportunity to address this meeting, please come over here and you launch this Unity in Diversity in 1 minute. Then you invite the Archbishop to give his closing remarks. Thank you.
For clarity, Unity in Diversity was launched, but I think intended to draw the line. Under the Legacy Project, we shall have such like the website, which will cut across because it's a hybrid. We are thinking of a library, we are thinking of a memorial lectures, we are thinking of a museum, library, leadership center, as my brother stated. And for the launch today is the next stage, where he left Africana for the next conference. I think we may not need to make them stand up. We hereby declare that this is the beginning of the preparation for the next political conference, as I earlier on highlighted. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Kasomuyizi basaba ne banyabo munsikirize mpite Archbishop tukale olukungana lwaffe olwaleero Ssemukadde waffe Archbishop tukwebaza okuba nti tuwadde akaseera kano kuva ku makya mpaka essaawa eno. Ssebo tukusaba okugalewo olukungana lwaleero.
Ssebo Omulangira Wasajja, ladies and gentlemen, my uncle Kawanga Ssemogerere ably expressed our gratefulness to you all for your presence. I just want to underline what he said, thanking the preparation committee. Thank you for being so committed to my uncle, the late. As you all may feel, when Uncle Ssemogerere died, it was so abrupt. He was not young. At 90, you expect to go anytime. The young ones can go, but when at 90, not so many get surprised to see that the person has gone at 90. But my uncle was so healthy, and we used to ask him, how do you keep yourself fit? And he said, it is the blessing of God and your mama who is looking after me. So it was so abrupt, and we felt so bad that he had died. At that moment, we had talked to him earlier, and had plans and many things that we would discuss with him. So that year was very devastating for all of us. As if that was not enough, in a month's time we lost a brother, his son, so loved, Paul Ssemogerere. Very devastating, double tragedy. So you are coming here today and being here the whole day and having this patience to wait, and all the discussions that we have had and all the beautiful words that you have talked about him, the attributes that I cannot repeat. We are so grateful, and it's so consoling. Thank you very much for loving our dear one, the late Dr. Ssemogerere, and for recognizing that he did something for you and for the society and for the country of Uganda. This event has not only confirmed that, though dead, Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere vision of unity and diversity and moving in the blood and aspirations of many peace-loving Ugandans, as many of you have mentioned. From the different presenters that we've heard today, one can only note that Ugandans are exhausted and fed up of the disunity, a fruit of failure to recognize that all of us have beautiful and constructive ideas, and these ideas, if put together, can lead Ugandans to a fundamental unity. So Ugandans must stop the dirty culture of corruption and seeking selfish personal advantages at the expense of building a united Uganda. I think one thing that has not come out so clearly and firmly and boldly is the issue of integrity in our society today. Okay, it came out a little, but I want on this occasion, once again, where a lot of rampant corruption in this country, especially by our leaders, taking away what is meant for the common good and use it for selfish gains is so rampant that we need to be inspired by a gentleman, a man of integrity who never stole a coin from anybody. And I think this event and this venture that we are beginning should also instill that virtue of being moral within ourselves as Ugandans to protect whatever is not ours, the property of Uganda, and even to keep and preserve the climate of our country. It is rumored that some people still give priority to small handouts, intending to divert them from the major focus. If this is true, these individuals must stop, because it is a major setback to the noble peace, in diversity that my uncle, Ssemogerere, was claiming for. Lastly, many Ugandans are still hopeful that a peaceful change of power is very possible if we genuinely move away from just talking about it, but forgive each other's past mistakes, move and concretely put into action all our very constructive ideas built on a very strong foundation of unity and diversity, as set by our mentor, loved by many Ugandans, Dr. Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere. Together we can build a better Uganda, united, peaceful, and democratic country. Basebo ne banyabo, omukisa guno njagala okukozesa okubeebaza ennyo ku lwa famire. Mulabye famire abamu bazzeeko wano, naye famire yali nnene oba ekyali nnene. Taata Ssemogerere yafuna abooluganda. Lukwago, Oweekitiibwa Lukwago Meya bw'atuuka waka muyita kitaawe. Yatumanyisa abantu bangi, ba John Kakooza oyo yafuuka family member era ebibye embigabana singa wabeerawo mutawaana. Yatumanyisa abantu bayitirivu. Yatumanyisa n'abalala bambi be yaleka ku nsi abamugoberedde nga gwe twaziise eggulo, architect Sentogo, oba oli awo singa abadde akyali mulamu yandibadde abeera wano ku luno naye nga muwayo. Kansubire nti basisinkanye mu ggulu ne babuuzagana nti otuuse naawe otuuse kuba nabali clear headed and very focused. Yatukuŋŋaanyiza abantu bangi ne tufuuka abooluganda. Mwenna nga bwe muli wano mulaze nti muli baluganda lwaffe. Twebaza ttiimu abamu badde sibamanyi abakoze ku kintu kino, ate nga mulaze nti mukinywereddeko. Ssebo ekitiibwa Dr. Besigye, ekintu kino olaze ate gwe Katonda yakuwa omukisa nti amaanyi mu kwogera ebikola byonna biraga nti amaanyi olina mangi agenda amaanyi ago golaze mu bikolwa ebyo galeme kukoma mu bbanga gatyo, naye tugateeke mu nkola tufune Uganda ey'omulembe. Baana baffe abato balabe ku Uganda ejjudde eddembe yeegombesa, etebawaliriza kwagala kudduka kuva mu nsi eno. Kakati nze okuba nafuuka archbishop abantu balowooza nti bonna nsobola okutuukawo, bansaba ne visa okugenda ebweru, naye abasinga okunsaba visa baana bato. Tugendeko ebweru tufune ku mirimu, tufune ku ssente, balowooza ebweru yoliwe. Nze kasita nninnya ennyonyi mba mmaze, naye nga tamanyi na gy'alaga kubanga embeera eri bubi. Twetaaga okutereeza ebintu, tusabe unity eno. Ffenna nga bwe musazeewo si badde bagamba nti ono NRM, ono ADP, ono waki. Nsanyuse nnyo okulaba nga ffenna wano tubadde twogera n'eddoboozi limu eri okutambuza Uganda eno okubeera ng'efuuka ya mirembe, ate ng'etuuka ku birungi, ate nga buli muntu awulira nti yeeyagalira mu nsi ye nga teri amukuba ku mukono. Mwebale nnyo okujja. Twebaza abafandazi baffe ba Conrad Cass ne bagenzi oba budde babayitiddeko. Are they around? Cass members, some of the members of Cass around? They are following. Mbebaza nnyo omulimu gwe batukoledde and the commitment to continue supporting us. May God bless us as we live. Thanks.
Now that omukolo gugaddwawo, we are going to have our anthems, then photo moments. DJ tuwe ennyimba z'eggwanga, bwe tumaliriza tugende mu bifaananyi eby'enjawulo mu kategori ez'enjawulo. Tujja kusooka n'ekya famire wano mu maaso. Maama bajja mujjayo atule mu ntebe ye wano, tusobole okugenda mu maaso ne puroguramu y'ebifaananyi. Abakulembeze abaliwo, abaka Parliament, akakiiko Obuganda, abakiikiridde Obuganda, all those will be different categories of our photographs. Yes, sir. Thank you, our invited guests. We are going for lunch now, immediately after these photo moments. Tusaba high table ejewa no maso abakulembeze road mayor ne ba MPs ekifaananyi kisookawo high table eno. Wano maaso wano.
It's coming. Kale ba MPs mujje bwetulinda maama ndooza olw'obutamala budde ne road mayor ekyo ekifaananyi kisooka. Bwe tuba tumaliriza ekifaananyi ekyo tuddeko ekyaba ebitiibwa aba Buganda. Abaka ba Parliament ne road mayor. Amukyala Naluyima jangu wano.